Hi, in this video series I'm going to build a web application for creating and sending invoices to your clients. The web application will be built with Django and Django Rest Framework, and there will be a separate front-end built with Vue 3. The web application will contain a lot of functionality like authentication, and there will be a dashboard where you can add clients and you can add invoices and send them directly to your clients via email. And there will also be a possibility to add credit notes for the invoices, send reminders, add payments, etc. So you will have a good overlook over your whole company. I will build this web application from scratch and then deploy it to a live server when everything is finished. So let's open up my editor and get started. Okay, so I have the to-do list here of what we're going to go through today. First, we're going to create a virtual environment and activate it. I have a terminal ready here to do it. To create one, I say virtual env, and then the name, which is Invoicely, which is the name of this project, and then env, just so I know that this is environment folder. Hit enter. Virtual environment is very important because every package we now install will just be for this project. And it's also much easier for deployment later because then we can have a similar setup locally and on the live server. So now that it's created, I can go into it by saying cd invoicely env and activate it by saying source bin/activate. And now it's activated because this is prefixed here. Perfect. And then I can set this task to done, because now the virtual environment is ready. Next step now is to install Django and Vue libraries. Can begin with Django pip install Django. This will install the newest version of Django and also a few dependencies that Django has. Great. And then we can install Joser, which is a library for helping us with authentication and tokens. Pip install Joser. Great. Then we can install the Django Rest Framework, which is a library for helping us build the API. Pip install Django-Rest Framework. And then the last thing we need to install is Django course headers. No, Django course. Pip install Django course headers. Pip install Django course headers. This is supposed to be like that. Great, so now everything there is installed and ready. So I can set this task to done. The project is now open here to the left, but there are no Django projects there yet. To create one, we just say Django-admin start project Invoicely and hit enter. Then I can go into it, so we are in the root folder. In the root folder is one file called manage.py. This is a script for running administrative tasks like initializing the database, creating a super admin user, and similar. And we also got a new folder called Invoicely inside there, which contains a few more files. The WSGI and ASGI files are entry points for the web server. The urls.py is the table of contents of all the pages we have in this project, and the settings.py is globally configurations for the whole project. So then I can set this to done, and now we're going to configure the project. It's not too much to do yet, but we can go into settings.py. Okay, first we can configure the course headers. To do this, we say course allowed origins equals, this is a list, http://localhost 8080. This is the address for the front end, and I can also add http://127.001.8000 in case there's a little bit difference from Windows to Mac and similar. Sorry, this was supposed to be a list like this, not a dictionary. And I can also configure the REST framework. REST framework equals, and this is supposed to be a dictionary, And inside here I add default authentication classes and create a tuple like that. Rest underscore framework dot authentication dot token authentication, because I want to use token authentication for the Rest framework. And I need to add one more, default permission classes, new tuple, rest framework dot permissions dot is authentic, because I want to require that to get data from the database you need to be authenticated. And then if I scroll down to install apps, this is a list of installed apps that Django needs to know about. And first add rest underscore framework and rest framework dot auth token and course headers. This is the libraries we installed earlier, and Joser. And to make sure that the course headers are working, we need to add as middleware so that Django knows to use this before it uses some of the other code. So here above the common middleware, we add course headers dot middleware dot course middleware and save. And then I think this should be finished, because now we have created a session, loaded different variables and everything we need here. Perfect. Then the last task on the Django part is to add Joser URLs to the URLs file. So first I can just remove this here, like that. And here I want to import one more function called include, which comes from django.urls. And below admin, I say path API/v1, which is version 1. When we're going to that URL, I want to include joser.urls. And one more path API/v1 include joser.urls.auth token and save. So now we can set this task as well to done. Just to see that everything is okay, I want to initialize the database by saying python manage.py migrate. And yes, it seems that everything here is okay. Perfect. But we can also run the development server by saying python manage.py run server. This will start the development server we can use in this project until we go live. Great. So now that everything there is okay, we can go and continue with the Vue. To do that, I just want to open up a terminal. I like to use iterm. And if I go into cd, documents, Invoicely, here I want to create that project. But before we can create that project, we need to install the Vue CLI. And to install Vue now, I just say npm install-g at vue/CLI. This will install the newest version of the CLI, or command line interface, as is also called. Okay, I got a little error, but I think it will be working here anyways. So then I want to install two dependencies as well. npm install Bulma, which is the CSS framework we're going to use. Then we can set this task to done. Next, I want to create a new Vue project. To do that, I say Vue create, and then the name, which is just Invoicely Vue, just so I can separate this a little bit. Hit enter. And I want to manually select features we are going to use. And I want to use Babel, and I want to use the router, Vuex, and CSS preprocessors. And I can just remove this linter. I hit enter, and I want to use 3.x preview, which is view 3. And yes, I want to use history mode. And I can use sass with dart sass. And I want to save this in dedicated config files. But I don't need to save this preset for another project, so no. And this will now create a new Vue project on my computer. So then I can set this task to done while I'm waiting. Great, now the project is finished setting up. So then I want to install Axios, which is a library we are going to use for talking with the backend. So just go into the project, cd Invoicely Vue, npm install Axios, hit enter, and while that's going forward, I can just set the task to done. And after that, I want to install Bulma, which is a CSS framework we are also going to use in this project. To do that, we just npm install Bulma, hit enter. Great, and now we have installed everything we are going to need for now. But we can run the project just to see that everything is working. npm run serve. This will start development server for review as well. And then I can copy this address, go to a browser, hit enter. And here you can see that the router is working and everything is as it's supposed to be. Perfect. So now I can set this task to done as well. Before I quit this part, I want to make a few more additional things. So if I just close this folder and find Invoicely Vue, go into src, we have a file here called main.js. Here I have already imported a few things. This is default from Vue, but we need a few more things here because we are going to need Axios, import Axios from Axios, just like that. And then I want to configure a default URL for Axios, so I don't have to think about it any other place in this project. To do that, I just say axios.defaults.base URL equals http://127.0.0.1.8000. This is the URL for the Python server which is running down here. And to make sure that we are using Axios, I also need to append it here next to the router, Axios, and save. So now every time we use Axios, we are going to use this base URL. Perfect. Next step now is to set up the store, which are going to have globally data around the web app for when you're authenticated, a little bit information about the user and similar. So this is already set up from Vue, but we need a few states here. First, we want the one for the user, which can be a new object. And in here we add username, like that. And we want one property for is authenticated. This can be set default to false. And one for storing the token, like that. And to change these variables, we need something called mutations, because we can't change them automatically or directly. To do that, we add mutations. We want one for initializing the store when we open up the web app for the first time. Initialize store, and then we pass in the state. This is the default. If local storage, because we're going to use local storage to store information in the browser if you close the browser or similar. .get item token, and if it is there, we add it to the state. So then we can just state.token equals local storage.get item token. So we don't have to get it from the local storage every time we need it. And state.is authenticated will be set to true, because if you get a token, you are authenticated. Else we just say state.token equals empty, just to be sure that it actually is empty. And state.is authenticated be set to false. Great. And then we want one function for setting the state when we log in. So set token state. Here we also need to pass in token to store this. Sorry if this is a little bit overwhelming, but you will understand more when you just start implementing this other places in the web app. Here we just say state.token equals token and state.isAuthenticated equals true. And we want one function for remove token state. Here we can just say state.token, set it to empty, and state.isAuthenticated we set to false, and save. And that is the whole store we need for now. We'll do more on this later in the project. So then this can just be saved. If you go here, everything seems to be working. Perfect. And I want to do a little change to the default app because we don't want it to look like this. So first I remove some of the default styling, and here I want to import Bulma. To do that I just say @import./node modules/Bulma. Save. This will import Bulma as the default CSS framework. And I can remove this. And in here I want to create a wrapper around all of the content. So div id wrapper. And at the top I want a navbar class navbar. Sorry, this should be nav with class navbar. And it's dark, so it's dark gray I think. And first in here I want a div class navbar brand for showing the logo. And to use links in Vue, use something called router link instead of the normal href. 2 / which is the front page, class navbar item strong invoicely. Close the strong and close the router link. Then we can just close the navbar brand as well. And we want the simple menu, div class navbar menu, div class navbar, and so it's all the way to the right on the side. And in here I want to check if you are authenticated, because then we want to show a different menu than if you're not authenticated. So template vif, this is an expression for checking things like an if statement. $sign store.state.is authenticated. If you are, you just want to show this menu. So router link to dashboard. We haven't created this yet. Class navbar item dashboard router link template. Okay, close this for now before I forget it. And nav. And around the router view I want to create a section class section like that. This way we get a little bit of space above and beyond. No, above and below the content section, and save. And then below the section I want a little footer class footer p class has text centered, and here I can just say copyright C 2021 and close the footer. And here we need to talk with the store just to get the token and similar. And to do that we need to create a new element below the template but above the style. So script, which is a normal JavaScript tag. And what we want to do here is to check that if you are authenticated, we want to set some data in the Axios headers. So we need to import Axios first. Import Axios from Axios. And export default Name can just be app, because this is the default app that's wrapped around the whole project. Before create, so before this component or page is created, we want to call this code this.store.commit initialize store. So now we call the function we created here, which will check if we are authenticated and similar. And below here we say const token equals this.store.state.token. So either we get a token or we just get the empty string. To check that, we say if token axios.defaults.headers.common authorization equals token plus token. So then this will automatically be passed in every time we send a request to the server. But if it's not set, we need to say else. Now we can copy this. And then we just send an empty string in the authorization to the server. So here is an error. Okay, the missing end tag. Great. Forgot to close the wrapper. Sorry if it's a little bit overwhelming now. It's much things that need to be fixed before we can actually test and see anything. But here you can see the footer we added, the nav bar, and similar. We are not authenticated now, therefore we don't see this dashboard link. But when we are not authenticated, we want to see buttons here for logging in and signing up. So we can create them now. So below here we can say template v else template. Oops, wrote it wrong. It'll be like that. And the first thing I want to add here is a link to the home page. Home. If I save now, go back, you will now see a link. This will take us not to home, so it will take us there to the root. So now it takes us there. Perfect. And then below here, I create a new div class nav bar item. And in here, I create a div class buttons, because we're going to use 2 buttons. And this class will give a little bit space between those 2 buttons. Router link to sign up. Oops. Class button is success, so it's nice and green. Strong sign up. Close the strong and close the router link. Then I can copy this so I don't have to write it all again. Log-in is light, and this doesn't have to be strong. Here I can just say log in. Okay, forgot to close these. Sorry, div/div. And now we have the sign up button and the login button, but these pages doesn't exist yet, so we just see an empty screen instead. But we can do one more thing, and that is to create a simple home view. We already have this, but we don't want it to look like this. Here you can say h1, welcome to Invoicing. Close it. Don't want to use these components. Save. If I refresh here, you will see welcome to Invoicing. And if I add class, title, save, it will show as a title. Perfect. In this part, I'm going to make it possible for users to sign up, log in and log out, and also see a very simple dashboard just so you can see that you are authenticated. First, I want to fix 2 things from the previous part. And the first is a settings error I did in Django. So if I just go into settings.py, I need to add a comma there, and that is because this is 2 tuples. And tuples always need at least one object to make it iterable. So now I can save this and close and set this task to done. And I also had a typo in the store index.js where I wrote initialize store or something like that. So if I just go back to index.js and remove ti, so initialize store, that is now the correct one. So now I can set that task also to done. And then the third task is creating a view for the dashboard. The views are located in a folder called views inside the src folder for the view project. I want all of the views for the dashboard to be located in one folder so that it's separated from everything else. So first I can create a folder, dashboard. I want all folders to have lower cases in the names, but files always starts with uppercase. So in here we create a new file, dashboard.vue. Yes, I want to install this for Vue because I obviously haven't done that yet. So installing, and now I get a little bit cool functionality like highlighting and similar. So I can just go back here now. And first here I want to add the empty template tag. And I like to wrap all the content inside here in one div. So I like to call all of them, for example, page dashboard and page sign in and similar. But here we have div class page dashboard. In here I create one more div with the class columns is multi-line, so I can have multiple columns inside there but on multiple lines. In here I create one more div class column is 12, so it fills out the whole screen. This is for the title and just for testing right now. h1 class title dashboard. h1, close the div, and below here I need to add a script tag. And this is added automatically because of the extension I just installed. I want to set the name of this page to dashboard, and that's everything we need here for now. So now I can just save this and I can go back to done. I won't be able to test this before we have created the sign up view and we are authenticated, so we can be redirected back to the dashboard. So now we can go into views here, create a new file, signup.vue. And here I also start with the empty template tag, and I can create the empty script tag as well. Name, sign up, like that. But let's build the template first. So here is a div class page sign up. Close it before I forget it. Here I only want the single columns like that. I don't need multiple columns here. And I want one column which is is4, which is 25% of the screen, and is offset 4, so it moved out on the screen, so it's centered. In here I add a title, h1 class title sign up, and below here I add a form tag and add an attribute called @submit. So this listens for the submit call. And when we call submit, we want to prevent this for doing what it's supposed to do, which is submit to the backend. But instead we call a function called submit form. I will come back to that later. But I can just close a few of these now before I forget. It's so typical me. In here I first create a div class field and a label where we're showing email. And then we have a div class control, which will hold the input element. We set the type to email, so we can expect the email address here. And we set the name to username, class input, so we get some styling from Bulma. And then we set the vModel to username. I will connect this to the data here soon. Then I add one more field, give it the label password, and a div class control for the input field. But here we set the type to password. Give the name password, set the class to input, and vModel password, which will also connect down here. And then I add one more div element and give it the class of notification is danger. And this will only render, this is a view directive, and it will only show if we have any errors in the variable errors, which we also will create very soon. And what happens in here is that we create a p element, and for every error in errors, we create one more paragraph. And we bind the key to error, so we don't have multiple keys with the same key on different places on the page. And in here we just print the error. And then below this error, create one more field with the div class control, which will hold the button with the class as button and is success. So it's nice and green and says sign up. So that's the template. And down here I can create a data function which returns an array. We want the username, can set be empty, and the password can also be empty, and errors, which should be an empty list. And below this data function we create a new object called methods or dictionary, which will hold the functions. I'm only going to use one function here, which is the submit form. So I can add it like this. Add the E here so we can use the event from the form. First we create a variable called form data, and we build a small little dictionary we're going to send to the server with username and password, which you get from these two, which are also connected to these two input fields. Then below I call Axios and a dot post, so I send it to /API v1/users, and then Joser, which you installed in the previous part of this series, will take care of everything with authentication and similar. So we can just pass in this variable with the username and password, and everything is handled for us. And then we get a response. We'll just call this with the fat arrow function, and we print the response to the console so we can see that everything is okay. And when that's done, we call this.router.push/login. So when the signup is finished, we could be sent to the login page where we can log in the user. This hasn't been created yet, but we'll come back to that later. But I can actually, no, it can be like that for now. And then I add a little code block for catching errors. So we say catch error, and if the error has the property called response, we print this or add this to the this.errors array we get from up here with the property which field the errors come from, and then the message. And we also console log it so we can see it there. And the same with these two, we just console log it because this never happens actually. But we like to show it in the console in case we want to check it out. So if I save now and check the console, everything here looks okay. So if I refresh now, sign up, nothing works because we haven't set up the router file yet. So if I go back to Visual Studio Code, I'm going to router.index.js. Here I want to import the dashboard and the sign up page. So import dashboard from /views dashboard/dashboard.view, and import sign up from /views/sign-up.view. So now I have all of the pages we've created so far. And if I just copy this for the sign up, and then I want the name to be called sign up, and the component or view, which is also called, will be sign up. So if I refresh now, you will see that I see the sign up title and that the form is centered on the screen just like I explained. But before I test this, I want to create the login page as well, just so that we know that everything is going to work there. So inside the views, we create a new file, login.view. Can begin with the empty template and with empty script like that. Name login, and I already prepared this code, but I'm going to paste it in and then go through it. First we create a div class page login just to wrap everything of this inside there. Create the columns just like on the sign up page, and the same here. It's just a little code for centering this on the middle of the screen. And then the title login. And the same thing that happens when we submit this form is that we prevent it and then we call our function. Then we have a field for username and field for password, just identically to the sign up page. And here we loop through the errors if there are any. And we have a simple login button. And if I scroll down here, I've created a simple data array, which returns username, password, and errors just like in the sign up page. I forgot to import Axios, so import Axios from Axios, and I also need to do this on the sign up page, sorry about that. So on the top here, import Axios from Axios. And then below here I create methods, and we want to call the submit form and get the E if we need it. The first thing we do in here is to call axios.defaults.headers.common and set the authorization attribute to empty, just so that we reset everything with authorization. And we also say local storage.remove item token, so we remove everything from the local storage, just to reset everything again. And then we create the same form data variable as we did in the signup page. And then we use Axios to call post on the token/login. So it's almost identically to the signup page, but instead of saying /users, we say /token/login. And this function is also a little bit different, because when we are logged in, we get the auth token from the server, and then we call this.store.commit set token with the content from that token. So set token is the function we created yesterday. So we call this and set the state token to token, and we also set is authenticated to true, so that we know that we are authenticated in this app. And then we set the default headers for Axios, authorization to token, and append the token. So we don't have to do this for every time we call Axios to get data or send data and similar. And then we call local storage.setItem token with the token, so we have it stored in the browser in case you close the window and open it again. And when that's finished, we call this.router.push/dashboard. Then we will be redirected to the dashboard page. And then it's just the same catch error thing as in the signup page. So if I save now, go back to the terminal, everything seems to be okay. So then I just need to go into the router and import the signup page. Login, from ./views login.vue. Then I need to append it here. Log in, like that. So now I can go here, click login, and I will see this instead of the sign up page. Perfect. And then the last thing we need to do now before we test the sign up is that we need to append the dashboard here in the list. We have already imported it up there. So path /dashboard name dashboard and component is dashboard. But here I want to do a little bit magic, because if I try to go to dashboard now, I will actually see the dashboard even if I'm not authenticated. So we need to make it possible to check before we go into a route or page that if the user is authenticated, we can go into that page. If not, you'll be redirected to the login page. To check this, we first need to import the store so we can get which state we are in. So import store from ./store. So then we get access to the isAuthenticated variable. And to check this, we can add here meta. So we add some more information to this view. Require login true. this will just default to false. And below this router function here, we say router.before each. So before each path we go into or route, we call this function to, from, and next. So we get information which page we are going to, where we are coming from, and what we are going to do next. And then we set up a fat arrow function. And in here we say if to.matched. That will check here if this is set to true. .sum record.meta.required login, and not store.state.is authenticated. Because if we are going here and we are not authenticated, we just want to be redirected to the login page. So then we set next to /login. But if we are authenticated and we require authentication, we can just say else and call next. So then we don't have to change that. And save. Sorry, I need to add that parenthesis there. And save. So everything still looks okay there. Refresh. Can open the console just to see if everything comes up here. Then I can create a new user. code.co.com and the password. Sign up. Now I was redirected to the login page, so that means that I think everything is working, because I also got the status 201 with the status text created. So I can try to log in with the user and password I just created. Login. Perfect. Now I was actually redirected to the dashboard, which means everything is working. We now have authentication where you can log in and also create users. Perfect. So now I can go here and set this to done. Okay, I see I've done this in a little bit different order. Done. And now I just want to create a simple My Account page. Add the link up in the menu to that page and also create logout functionality. So inside the dashboard folder, create a new file, myaccount.vue, template, and script tag, name my account. And then I begin with the page my account. Then I set the title and I add a button. And when you click this button, at can also be V on, but the at symbol is just a shortcut for this in Vue. And when I click this, we call the logout method, which we're going to create down here soon. We add the button, which is danger, so it's red, just so you know that it's something dangerous going on. Div, and then below here, oops, we say methods logout, and we're going to use Axios here as well, so you need to import this. Import Axios from Axios, and we just post to token/logout. And when we get the response back, we just reset the authorization headers. We remove the token from the local storage, and we commit to the store or the state to remove token, which is the function we created yesterday, which just resets everything there. I can go back to my account, and when that's done, we call the router to push us back to the front page of this app. And then we just console log if there are any errors. There usually are no errors when you just try to log out. So now we can save this. If I go back now, we don't have the button there yet, of course. And I need to add it to the router as well. So here I can say import my account from /views dashboard/my account.vue. And I can copy the dashboard because we also want to use the metadata here. So my account here, like that. Replace the name with my account. like that, because here we also want to require the login. And then what's left is to add the button up in the menu. So below this dashboard link, which only shows when you are authenticated, you can copy this because we want a div around the buttons, or button, which you only have one now. And router link to dashboard/my account button, class button is light, can just be a light gray button, my account, close the router link and close the two divs and save. So if I now refresh, or don't have to refresh because that happens automatically, I just used to doing it. Click my account, it says my account, I can click logout to log out of the Invoicely app. And I can try to log in again. Yes, everything works perfectly. And if I go to here and try to sign up with the user I had from before, sign up, username with a user with that username already exists. So everything here is working perfectly. So now I can go back to the to-do list and set this task to done and save. In this part we're going to make it possible for users to create clients and also see the details of the client and edit the details of the client as well. So first we're going to create a new Django app where we're going to create the models and similar for the clients. So in the terminal I have stopped the web server. And to create the app, I first create an app. Now I first create a folder, mkdir apps. This is a folder where I want to store all of the apps for this project. And then I need to create a folder for the app, mkdir apps/client. And to create the actual Django app, I say python manage.py start app, and then the name of the app, which is client, and then the location, which is apps/client, and hit enter. And then I need to tell Django that this app actually exists, so I need to find the settings.py file, and inside the list of installed apps I can append it to the bottom, apps.client, and save. So now Django knows that this app exists. So if I now go into apps, find client, and into the models, this is where I want to store that information. So first I want to import a thing from Django. From django.contrib.auth.models import user, because I want a client to be connected to a certain user. And then I create the class client, pass in models.model, and this is now a database model. In here I want to add fields which will describe to Django what kind of data we want to store about the different clients. First I add name equals models.char field. This is just a regular data field for storing simple things as name and similar. And I want email equals models.email field. This is something Django has built in, so we know that here you can only store emails. And then I have a char field for org number, which is organization number. Maybe you call it something different in your country, but this is the official number for the client. And I set this to blank equals true and null equals true in case a client doesn't have this. And I also add 5 more of this char field, which is address 1, address 2, zip code, place and country. So I can store all of that information on the client. And I want one more char field for storing contact person, so I know who I can contact with this client. And one field for reference, so I know what to set on the different invoices. And then I want the field for referencing the user. I call this created by, so I know who created this client. This is a foreign key, which is just something we use to get relations in the database. pass in the user model we just imported and set the related name to clients. So it's very easy to get all the clients for one certain user. And if you delete the user, you want to call model.cascade, which means that you also delete all of that user's clients. And the last field I want here is a field called created at, so that I know when this client was added to the database. I passed in a parameter called auto_now_add equals true. That means that when we save this, it will be automatically filled in by Django. So now I can save this, and then I can update the database. To do that, I say python manage.py make migrations. This will create a migrations file. And to run the migrations file, I say python manage.py migrate. And then I have a new model or table in the database called client. Perfect. And the last thing I want to do here now is to go into admin.py and just tell the admin interface that we have a new model. So first we need to import from .models import client, and then register it by saying admin.site register and passing client and save. So if you now log into the admin interface, you will see this model there. So then I can set this to done, and the next task was also to add a few test clients. And to make it possible to log into the admin interface, I need to create a super user. So to do that, we say python manage.py create super user, and then I create a username admin@invoicely.com and a password. Then I can run the development server, and if I now just copy this address, go to the browser and go to /admin, I can log in here with the user I just created. And as you can see here now, we have the users and groups and tokens, which is generated automatically. And we also have clients. So let's make it possible to add the client. Client as a code, because this belongs to the code user I created in the previous part. Test email at gmail.com. And I don't have to fill out this right now. And then I can connect this to the code@code.com user. And I can create one more. Test client testing yo@gmail.com, and I connect this to the testing@example.com and save. Great, so now we have two clients in the database. As you can see here, we only see an object representation of the clients, so it's much easier if you can see the title or the name of the client. To do that, we can add metadata. And to do that, I just need to add a string representation of the model. So if I just go back here and say def __str and pass in self, return, %s and self.name. So if I now save, refresh, you will see the title or the name of the client instead of the object. Perfect. So then I can set the next task to done. And now we want to create a serializer file for the clients. A serializer helps us get information from the database and convert it to JSON so we can present it to the API. So if I just scroll up and find a client folder, and in here I create a new file called serializers.py. First I import serializers from Rest Framework. This is used to convert data. And then I need to import the model we created from .models import client. And I can say .models because we are in the same folder as this model file where the client or the model is created. And then I create a new class, call it client serializer. It's always good practice to just call it serializer so you know that this is a serializer class. And then we pass in serializers.model serializer. In here we pass in create a new class called meta, so we can change the parameters for this class. Set model equals client, so we know which model to use. And we want a list of read-only fields because these are not supposed to be changed by the user. So created at and created by. So this is a tuple. And I don't need to add the ID here because this is automatically done by Django, because ID is not a field you're supposed to be touching. And the list of fields we want to get from the database and present to the API. And this is the ID, the name, email, org, and all the other fields we created, except for these two because we don't want to show these in the front end anywhere anyways. So then I can save this and I can go back here and set this task to done. And then I want to create a view for getting the client where I use this serializer file. So I can just go into views.py, then I can import the serializer from .serializers, import client serializer, and I can import the model we created from .models, import client. And I also need to import something from Rest Framework called viewsets, which helps us create the views. And the views are the thing we are used to present the data. So then I create a new class called client viewset and pass in viewsets.model viewset. And then I select which serializer class I want to use, and that is the serializer we created. And which query set we're going to use. Here we use just client.objects.all, so we get all from the database. But this means that the user gets all the clients if it's not, even if it isn't the one who you created. So we need to fix this. And to do that, we need to create a function or override function called getQuerySet. So we override this. And then we just say return self.querySet, so we get this, but we filter it with created by equals self.request.user. And this is automatically set by the API when we sign in or log in. So that's it for now. I'm going to change a little bit on this later in this part. And then I want to create a URLs file separate for the client. So in here I create a new file by saying urls.py and import from Django.urls import path and include. And I want to import a router from Rest Framework.routers, import default router. And I want to import the client viewset we just created from the .views file. And then I create an instance of the default router called router. And then I append the client's route to this and set that we're going to use the client viewset. Base name is client, so we get API/v1/client to get this data. And then we just create a new URL patterns like this, which is a list. And we can just say path empty, and when it is, we say include router.urls, and then the Django Rest Framework will fix this for us. So then we can save this, and then we just need to import this in the main URLs file, which is located in Invoicely, there, urls.py. And at the bottom here, I can say path API v1/include. And here we just say apps.client.urls. And that is the path to the file we just created. And everything still seems to be okay. Perfect. So then I can set this task to done. Now we're going on to the view part. So here I want to create a new page for showing the clients. So inside this dashboard folder, create a new file, clients.view. I'm beginning with a very simple template and the div class page clients and the columns with is multi-line. And then I just add one column which fills out the whole screen with the title clients. Then we can add a script tag. Name is clients. Data, can just create this and set this to be empty. Return. And I can also say import Axios from Axios, because I know I'm going to use this very soon. And save. And then I need to go into the router/index.js and import my view here, the new view, clients. And if I just scroll down to dashboard, I can make a copy of this. Dashboard/clients. And I want it to be called clients, and the component is also clients. And then before we can test this, I just need to go into app.vue and up in the menu next to the dashboard link, create a new one to dashboard/clients, give the class navbar item and label clients and save. So if I now go to the browser and I can log in with the user from yesterday, and then I'm logged in. If I click clients, I will see the client's title. Perfect. So now it's time to get the clients from the database and show them here. So let's go back to the client.view there. And up here below this column, I add this code. A div with the class column is 3. And here I want to loop through a list of clients. And I also need to bind the key to client.id so that every div is unique. In here I add a div class box, which is a class from Bulma, and a small title with MB4, which means margin bottom 4. So I have a little bit space between this title and the button below. And then I also need to go into the data array here, create a new property, clients, which is a list, can just be empty. And we want to go into one of the life cycles of Vue called mounted. And when you are mounted, I want to call this function this.getClients. And I also need to create that inside this methods object, get clients. And here I want to say Axios. And here I say .get API v1/clients. And this will give me a little response back. And when you get the response, I go into this function. And here I just loop through the data I get from the response, which is a list. And for every item in that list, I just push the whole object into this.clients, because this is JSON, so it can just be pushed right into the list. And if there are any errors, I just want to console log them and save. So if I now go back to the browser, you will actually see client code, because this client belongs to me. Perfect. So now I can actually set this task to done. Next step now is to make it possible to view details of the clients. So I can begin by creating a new file inside the dashboard called client.vue, and I can begin with the empty template and the script name client, and up in the template paste a little bit of code. First the normal page client, and a div class columns with isMultiline, and I have a simple column for the title, which is client.name. So here will the client's name show. I will come back to how we get this. And up here I can first import Axios, and then I can create the data function, return client, which is an object, save, and then I can go into router.js and import this client function, client page. And this is the first time we need to use something called the dynamic route. So after clients I say /:id. So now this is a dynamic part of the URL. Change the name to client and the component to client and save. And then I want to go back to clients.vue, and instead of having this button just say details, I change it to be a router link to, and you can see that this is now binding, so I can use JavaScript in here. And I want the view, I want to use the name client with the parameters ID and client.id, which we get from the list of clients. And I set the class, the button is light, and then I show the just title details. So if I save now and go back to the browser, I can click details, and up here in the address you will see that it's appended 1, which is the ID for this client. So now we just need some functionality in here to get the data about the client from the database. So you need to call the mounted lifecycle this.getClient. Then I create that method as well. Methods getClient. First I create a variable called client ID, and I get the this.route params.id. This will get the ID from the URL, since we declared it as :id in the router index file. And then I say axios.get API v1 clients, and then I pass in the client ID here. So this will give me the detailed information back from the database. And I use these, I don't know what these are called, but it makes it possible to add variables inside them. And after this, I get the response back. And the response is created a fat arrow function, and then I just add this.client equals response.data. So I don't have to think more about it, since it is JSON data. And then I just add a little catch error. So now this should work. So if I go back here now, you will see that it's showing the title of the client. Perfect. But I want to show a little bit more information up here. So I create a new column and say add a subtitle contact details where I show the name. And if we have the address 1, we show the address 1, and same goes on with the other fields. So I can just save this, go back, and you see the name of the client here. Perfect. So now I can set this task to done, and now it's time to make it possible to add new clients using Vue. And to do this, we need one more page. So inside the dashboard, create a new file, add client.vue, add a template, script, name, add client, and we can also import Axios from Axios, like that. And I also know that I'm going to use the data array, return, like that. And also we can add these methods like that. In here I can add a client, just add empty object like that, and then add a little information up in the template. Change the page to add client, is multi-line, and just show the title add client so we can test this. So then I need to go into router.index.js and import the new view we created, add client, and go down to clients and copy this. And when you go to client/add, I want to call add clients. And then the last thing we need to do is to go into clients.vue, and below this title I add this. So this goes to add client, the name of the view, add some classes and a little bit space above the button up to the title. So if we save this now, go back here. Okay, there is something wrong. Add client is not defined, of course not. It's supposed to be add client. And save. So now it looks better, and I have a new button here, add client, and then the title add client. Perfect. So now you just need to add the form here so you can send information back to the server. So inside add client, below here, I create a div class column. I can copy this 3 times. This is supposed to be 12. And then I want to divide the fields by 4 fields and 3 fields, and then the button below. So inside here, I want a field for the name. So this is just normal Bulma, and the V model is connected to this object and .name. And it's just a simple input type text. And name, and class input, which is a class from Bulma, so it looks a little bit pretty. And then below the name, I have the same one just for email. The difference is here I use type email, so we can have validation on it. And then below here, I want 2 fields for address 1 and address 2. And in the next column, because if I save now, you'll see that I have this, and I want the rest of the fields here. So here I created 3 fields, 1 for the zip code, 1 for the place, and 1 for the country. So if I save now again, you will see that it's showing all of the 7 fields we need to fill out. And then inside this last column, I had a div class field with a control and a button, which when you click it will call a function or method called submit form. And we also need to add this here. It can just be empty for now, so we can test and see that it looks great. And it does. Perfect. So now we need to make this send information back to the server. And it's actually just a simple axios.post, and this posts to clients, and the backend now knows that when you post something to clients, it should create an object and not update and similar, because then you will have to use, for example, patch, which I will come back to later. And we just pass in this whole object, which gets information from this form automatically. And when we get the response back, we call this router and push, so will be redirected back to the client's page. So everything here on the view side is now finished. I just need to go into Django and make a little change, because if I try to save now, I will get an error because the created by isn't filled out. So we need to use this, need to invoke and change this a little bit here in the client view set. And to do that, I override a function called def perform create. And here I just call serializer.save, and then I set created by to self.request.user and save. So now it should be possible to create new clients. Client number 2, the email at email.com, and I don't want to fill this out for now. Submit, and then I was redirected back here, and we have a new client number 2. Perfect. So then I can go back to the to-do list, and I can set this task as well to done. So then the last task of this part is to make it possible to edit information about the clients. And then I need to go into the dashboard folder again, new file, edit client.view. And I can just copy most of this data from the add client because they're very similar. Paste it, and I can change the title to edit, and then we can show the client.title up here, and the form can just be as it is, because this will fill out automatically. You can change the button to save changes, and this also can be changed to edit client. And I need to just remove this post because this needs to be a patch instead. So here I just paste this .patch, and it goes to the same address as earlier, but instead of a post we use patch, which then the backend knows that we just update the data. And when that's done, we just be redirected back to the clients list. But we need to declare this. So const client ID equals this.route.parent no route, not router, params.id. And we also now need to make it possible to get the information about this client. So here we can copy the function from client.vue. Just copy this whole function, paste it in, add a comma there, so it's a list of functions. And we also need to use the mounted lifecycle hook. This.get client, and a comma there as well. And then I think the only thing that's missing is to go to router and import edit client, from /views dashboard /edit client.vue. And we also need to append it at the bottom here. This one, make a copy of this and append edit there. Now we can set edit before and edit like that. Save. So if I now just go into client.vue, you want to add the button for this below the title. So we have a router link to the name edit client and pass in client.id. If I now just save this, go to the browser, can go into client number 2, click edit, and now you see this information is already filled out, but the title isn't showing there because it's supposed to be client.name and not title. And you see if I change it here, the title up here will also change. So the last thing I want to do now is to make a little change on the backend, because if you somehow now manage to change the ID, you would be able to change someone else's clients. So we need to change the permissions. And to do that, I go up and find views.py inside the client app folder. And then I need to import something from Django core exceptions, which is a permissions denied message. And then I can invoke the perform update just like I did with the create. First I just get the object so it's a little bit cleaner, this function. And then I check that if the user isn't the one who created the object, then you're not supposed to be able to change or save it. And then I call erase permission denied and we show this message instead. But if you are the one who created, you will go down here and you can say serializer.save and everything should then be okay. So if I now just refresh, change this to 2 or 3, changed, save changes, and I redirected back here and you can see this was saved. Perfect. In this part I'm going to make it possible to add teams and also edit your team. A team is just a little bit of information about your own company. I won't make it possible to have multiple members right now at least. And after that I want to install and implement build method so we can show a little notification when we save things and add things and similar. So first we can create a new Django app for the teams. So if I just stop the server down here, and first I need to create a folder, mkdir apps/team, and then I create the actual Django app as in Python, manage.py, start app, team, and then the location which is apps/team. And then I can append it to the list of installed apps in settings.py. So below the apps.client I say apps.team, so now Django knows that this app exists. Perfect. And then I want to create a database model for the team. So if I just go into the models.py, remove this comment. First I import the user model like we did in the previous model we created. And then I create the actual Django model by saying class team and pass in models.model. First I add a field for the name of the team, which is just set max length to 255. Then I want a field for the organization number, Like I said in previous part, I'm not sure if you have this in your country, but in Norway this is the number for the company. And I set this to blank equals true and null equals true in case you don't want to fill it out. And then I create a new field, first invoice number, which is an integer, and it defaults to 1. This is the first number of the invoice we create, so that if you want to set this to 100, the first invoice will have invoice number 100, or if you have a different invoicing program now and you want to continue the same loop. And then I create a new field, created by, so I know who created this team, and it's a foreign key to the user model, and I set a related name to teams, and if you delete the user, you will also delete the team. And then I can also create a string representation of this, so def str self return %s self.name and save. And then we can update the database, python manage.py make migrations, and python manage.py migrate. Great, so now we have the team model, and I can run the server again so we have it running in the background. And then I just want to go to admin.py and register it here so you can log in there later. From .models import team and admin.site register team and save. So now that should be working. So then I think I can go back to the to-do list and set the first task to done. Next step now is to create a page for editing the theme. This is a big task, but I'll try to break it down as good as I can. First thing we can do is to create a new template. We can make this very simple just for testing. So edit theme.view. And I begin with the empty template tag and then the script tag. Name, edit theme. And I can also add the data array because I know I'm going to use this. Return. And here I can just create a theme and set it to empty object so I can use the theme up in the template. And I also now I'm going to use Axios, so I can import this. Import Axios from Axios. Great. And then the next step now is to go up in the template here and create a div class page edit theme and the columns, which is multi-line. And then add a new column full width for the edit theme title. So then we can save this and import it to the router so we can test it. So below here I can just copy this and replace with edit theme like that. And below further down here under my account I can copy this / edit theme and replace, edit theme, copy and replace and save. So now everything in this file is ready, so I can just close it. And then I want to go to my account and have a link here to this. So I want to wrap this around the logout button and create one more button here. And to make sure that you get a little bit space between them, I've wrapped them in a div and give the class buttons. Then we close the div. Right next to this I create a router link to dashboard / my account / edit theme. Add a class. Button is light. Light. Edit theme. Router link. And if you have thought about it, we don't have a theme yet, but we will create this automatically the first time you try to edit a theme. So if I now go back here and into my account, I have the new button edit theme, and if I click it, I see the title. Perfect. So then the next step now is to go to Vue and create a new serializer for the theme. So here in the theme folder, create a new file, serializers.py. And first I need to import serializers from the Rest Framework. And I need to import the theme model from .models import theme. And then we can create the theme serializer. So this is very similar to the client serializer, so it's just a different name. Then I add the class meta and set the model to theme, which is just imported. And the read-only fields I want is created by, because I don't want to make it possible to change this. And the fields I want to show in the front end is ID, name, org number, and first invoice number. So now we can save this. And then we can go to views.py and create the view set for this. You can just remove everything here. And from Rest Framework, import view sets. And from .serializers, import theme serializer. And from .models, import theme. So now we have imported those things. And I also want to import the permission denied like we did last time. So from django.core.exceptions, import permission denied. Then we can create the theme view set. Like that. And then I want to specify which serializer class we're going to use. And that is the one we just created. And I want to specify which query set. And that is theme.objects.all. And then we need to change the get function. So we can change this, so we only get the themes that belongs to you. So def get query set, so we override this function. And then I want to do a little change here, because first I want to get all the themes that belongs to self.request.user. And I can say user.themes, because in the model we just created, we set the related name to themes. So therefore I can say this and .all. And then I want to check if not themes. That means that you don't have a theme yet, and then we want to create one. And to do that, we just say theme.objects.create, set the name to empty, and the org number can also be empty, and created by equals self.request.user. And that's everything we need there. And then we can just return self.queryset.filter created by equals self.request.user, which is the authenticated user. And I want to override the create method. So def perform create self and serializer, not plural, and serializer.save created by equals self.request.user. So if we didn't have this, the code will crash because of this. So therefore we need to set created by. And I also want to override the update method. So def perform update self serializer. This is exactly like we did in the client view set as well. obj, short for object, equals self.getObject. If self.request.user not equals the one who created the object, then we want to erase permission denied, wrong object owner. But if that's not the case, then we just say serializer.save. Like that. Okay, so then we need to create a new URLs file, just like we did for the clients, urls.py. So first I import path and include from django.urls. And then I import a default router from the Rest Framework. Then I import the theme viewset from .views, which is the viewset we just created. Then I create a new router with the default router class. And then I append or register the themes viewset with this one. So now we get API/v1/themes. And then I want to create the URL patterns list. And just like with the clients, this can just be empty. So if I save this now, I need to go into Invoicely, settings.py, urls.py, and import it at the bottom here, path, API/v1, include, apps.client.urls. That's obviously wrong because this should be team, and save. So now all of the things for Vue for Django should be finished. And what I want to do now is that I want to go into edit team.vue and I want to connect to the mounted lifecycle. Because when you go into this page, I want to get the team from the database or from the API. And if the team doesn't exist, it will be created and I will get it anyways. So I want to do this async, mounted, and await. So this code won't continue until this line here is finished. So this.get or create team. I will create this function in 2 seconds. And when this function is run, this will continue and everything will be okay. And then I create a new list like this, methods. And in here I want to call axios.get/API/v1/teams. So then I get all of the teams from the database, or exactly just the one you are owning. And then I get the response, and I create a fat arrow function. And in here I just add this.team, which is this variable, equals response.data, and object number 0 in that list. Sorry, I forgot that I need to create the function here, of course, like this. And if there are any errors, I just say catch error, create a function, console.log, json.stringify, error.catch. Okay, so now if I save, and if I now refresh here, didn't get any errors, and if I go to the console here, you'll see that I call this get teams. So if I just go into 127, which is the server, admin, and into teams, here is a new team now, but we don't see the title. But if I just go to /1, you'll see that here is a team created by code.code. First invoice number is default to 1, but the name is empty. And now it's time to make it possible to change this. So inside the edit team.vue, if I just scroll up below this column, create a new empty column. And in here I want 3 fields, one for the name, the organization number, and the first invoice number. So div class field, add the label name and a div class control, input type text, class input, and vModel team, which is this object, .name, and one for the organization number. It's identically, just different, vModel. vModel is the directive that binds the input field to this data. And then a field for first invoice number. So the only difference here is that this is type number, because here we expect to get a number and not a string. And then below there, I want a button is success, and when we click this, we want to call the function submit form. Sorry if I mixed methods and function, but it's essentially the same thing. Save just for testing. So if I go back here now, you will see that this is set to 1. This is data we get from the server. And if I go back here now, inside here I want to call axios .patch. And here I want to use this, so I can use the variables inside API/v1 teams, and the ID is $, so we use this variable, this.team.id. So this team object now contains the ID because we included it here. So therefore we can access the ID and append the slash at the end. And the object I want to send to the server is just this.team. And then I get the response back. And when that's done, I just want to redirect back to my account page. So this.router.push /dashboard/my account. And I can also just copy this error message and save. So if I now try to refresh just to see everything is okay, my team 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and save. Okay, I got an error here. Then it's not defined. No, it's supposed to be dot then, of course. Try to save again, and now it's redirected back to my account. So hopefully if I click my now edit team, this will be filled out. Perfect. Same if I refresh in the backend, these two fields are now filled out. Perfect. So now we have the possibility to change information about our team. And I can set this task to done. Next step now is to install and implement Bulma Toast. To do that I need to go to the terminal where I have Vue running. Just stop this server and say npm install Bulma-toast, which is a free plugin or library. And then I can just run serve again. So it's running. And now let's say that I want to use the Bulma Toast on the edit team page. So first I just scroll to the top and below import Axios, and now say import and this curly bracket toast from Bulma Toast. And when we then save the team in here where we push the back to my account, I can call the toast function, and it looks something like this. Okay, I can change the message to the changes was saved. Type is danger is not correct. Here I want to say is success, so it's nice and green. Dismissible means that you can click on it so it gets removed. And if you have pause on hover, it means that it will stay there as long as you have the mouse over it. If not, it will just automatically remove after 2000 milliseconds. The position will be bottom right. You can change this if you want to. But if you now save this, go back here, just refresh so everything is okay. Save. And now I got this message down here saying this changes was saved. Perfect. And I can also implement this other places. So if I copy this and go to add client, I want to use it here. And I want to use it on the edit client as well. Like that. And then I can go back and make a copy of this toast function. And if I scroll down where we have saved before we go back, the changes was saved. And the same with add client. If I just find this. And here I can say the client was added and save. So if I now go to clients, I can try to change it first. Save changes. The changes are saved. Perfect. New client at gmail.com. Submit. And the message, the client was added. Perfect. And then I can go back here and set this task to done. Today we're going to make it possible to show a list of invoices on the dashboard and also go into the detail view. First you need to create a new Django app and a model for the invoices. So if I just go down here to the terminal and create a new folder, mkdir apps/invoice, which is the name of the Django app. And then I run the code to actually create it. Python manager.py, start app, and then invoice, and then the location, apps/invoice. Great, so now I should be able to find it here somewhere. Invoice the apps, invoice, and models.py. So first I want to import the user object from django.contrib.auth.models import user, and here I want references to both the client and the team, so I need to import those two models as well from apps.client.models import client, and from apps.team.models import team. And then I can create the model for the invoice class invoice, pass in models.model. First I want to create two different variables here, invoice and credit note. These are two choices you have to choose between when you create a new invoice, if it is an invoice or a credit note for an invoice. And I also need to create a tuple, so you can choose between this, invoice and invoice, which will be the label that shows in the form. And then credit note. And the reason why I use this instead of, for example, a number or something similar is that it's easier to remember this in the front end. And when you see credit note, you know that it is a credit note and not just 2, for example. The first field I want here is the invoice number, which defaults to 1. And this is an integer field. And then I have a bunch of char fields that are related to the client. Name, email, organization number, address, zip code, place, country, the contact person, and contact reference. The reason why I hard code it or create char fields for this is that when you first have created an invoice, I don't want it to be possible to change the client in case there are any rules or something in your country that doesn't allow this. So when you first have created an invoice, the information is stored like this. But I will create a reference to the client as well, so you know which invoice this belonged to. And I want a sender reference, so I can add a reference on my invoices, so they know what they should pay for. And then I add a new field, invoice type, which is a char field, and set the max length to 20. Here I add a new attribute called choices, and pass in choices type, which is this. So this will be a select list, so you can choose between invoice and credit note. And I set the default to invoice. And then a new integer field called due days with the default of 14. And this is the number of days from you send it until the client has to pay it. And one more field is credit for. This is only filled out if it is a credit note. And then you have a foreign key back to yourself. And we have the normal models cascade, and this doesn't have to be filled out. And I also add a boolean field called isSent, set this default to false. This will change to true when we send this to the client. And then I add 4 new fields. This is decimal fields with 6 digits and 2 decimal places. This is the best types of field used for prices. The gross amount is the total amount for the whole invoice. The VAT amount is the taxes, or how much you pay in tax. The net amount is the gross amount without the VAT amount. And discount amount is if you add discount to the invoice. And then add a new foreign key, which is just a reference to the team and the related name invoices. So it's easy to get all the invoices for a certain team. And I also had a foreign key to the client and the related name, also invoices. So this will be the reference between the client and the invoices. And when you create a new invoice, I will get information from this client and pass it in here, but you can't change it once you have sent when this has changed to true. And I create 2 more fields, created by and modified by. So I know who created it and who modified it. The related name here is created invoices and modified invoices. And then 2 last fields for this model is created at and modified at. The created at will be automatically filled out when we add something, or when we add this object. And this will automatically be set to now when we change it. So we don't have to think more about this for now, we just know that they are there. So if I now save, you can update the database, Python, manage.py, make migrations, no detection detected. That's because I haven't added the new app to settings.py. So here I need to edit apps.invoice You don't have to have this alphabetically, I just like to do that so it's easier to find them in the list. So if I now try again, yes, now it will create a new model called invoice, python manage.py, migrate, just to run it. And I also want one more model for the items that you have on the invoice. So class invoice models.model. First I add a foreign key, which is just a reference up to the invoice. This is item, sorry. And related name it items. That means that it's easy to get all items for this invoice. Then I have the simple char field for the title, so you can specify what the item is. For example, web development or server rental and similar. Then add a quantity, which is an integer field, which defaults to 1. And then the unit price, which is a new decimal field, and this is the price for the item. And we have one more, net amount, which is the unit price multiplied with quantity. And then you have the watt rate. In Norway we have, I think it's 10, 14 and 20% watt. I don't know what it is in your country, but it's supposed to be easy to specify this. And then one more discount, which is also an integer field. I set this default to 0. So this will be in percentage, like if you want to give 50% discount, you just specify 50 in the front end when we create the item. Then I can update the database again. Perfect. So now I can run the server, so I have it running in the background. And I can set the first task here to done. Next now is to create a page for showing the list of invoices. But before I do that, it's nice to have some data in the database. So I will go into the database or admin interface. So I can create a few invoices. I need to register it here first. So I just find it here. Invoice admin.py. From .models import invoice and item. And admin.site register invoice and admin.site register item. Save, refresh, and now they appeared here. So let's create one, invoice number 1, and client name is the client email. Just add some random things here just so we have something to show. Invoice type can be that it's not sent. I just set some random numbers just so we have an invoice in the database. My team client is that one, created by code and modified by code with code, and save. So now we have an invoice in the database we can get and show in the list here. So then we can go into the invoice here and create a new serializer. Serializer.py, just like with the clients and the team. First I import serializers from Rest Framework. And then I import the model we just created from .models import invoice. And I also want the item. And then I create the invoice serializer class and pass in serializers.model serializer. Then add the class meta and specify which model to use, which is the invoice model, of course. And I have 5 read-only fields because I don't want to make it possible to change any of these 5 in the front end. And I also have a long list of data I want to get. It's the ID, the client name, email, and all the other fields, the references, and all the other fields we added. Almost all of them at least. And then I can just save this and go into views.py. Remove all of this. First import the view sets, and from .serializers import invoice serializer, And from .models import invoice and item. I will come back to the item when we go into the detail page of the invoices. And I also want a permission denied class. Then I can create a new class, invoice view set, and pass in this again. First I specify which serializer class I use, which is the invoice serializer. And then the query set equals invoice.objects.all. And then I need to override the get query set again. Like that. So it's very similar to the other, or identically to be totally accurate. And then the perform create will be a little bit different. Because here I first need to get all of the teams, but I just select the first one, but a user will only have one team, so this is the okay way to do it. The reason why I use teams and not the one-to-one key, which will make this a little bit simpler, is if a user in the later part should be able to have multiple teams. Then I can just say serializer.save created by equals self.request.user and set the team to the one we get here. And the perform update is similar or identically to the other Django apps as well. So then we can save this. And next step now is to create a new URLs file, urls.py. First I import path and include from django.urls. Then I import the default router, and from .views import invoice view set, and I create a new router, and I register the invoices and invoice view set. Then I create the URL patterns, like that. Then I can save this, and then I just need to go into the main urls.py file and make a copy of this, and replace team with invoice, and save. So now we should be able to get invoices. Perfect. So then the next step now is to scroll down and find the invoice view, src, views, dashboard, and here I want to create a new file, invoices.view. I can begin with the template and the script, name invoices, and I want to import Axios from Axios, and I want the data function, return, and invoices. This can be an empty list like this. And first add the normal page invoices, and the new div class is multi-line, and in here I want the title class, h1 class title, invoices, close the h1, close the div, and I want one more column. In here I want to show a table, table class, table, and is full width, so it fills out the whole screen. The t head, or the header in the table, I want this to include the number, or the invoice number, which client it is, the amount, if it is paid, and in here I want to add actions. Then I want to add an empty t body, just so I have it, and then I can save this. So now I want to import this into the router index.js, so we can test that everything is working. So first just make a copy of one of these, invoices, invoices.view. And I can copy the clients. Sorry, I want to take it above. Invoices, invoices, and save. And then the last thing before we can test this is to find the app.view and make a copy of the clients, invoices, invoices, and save. So if I now go here, I have done an error. Yes, this is not supposed to be TD, it's supposed to be TH. So now I have a new link, invoices, which shows the title and then the header of the table. Perfect. So now we need to make a function for getting the information from the server. Methods, And I also need to go into the mounted lifecycle. And here I call this.getInvoices. And here I create the function getInvoices. Axios.get, and then the URL to the Invoices API. And then I get the response back from the server. And in here I want to loop through the response data. So it's very simple, just like this. And every time we loop through this, we call this.invoices, and then we push in the response.data in this iteration. And if there are any errors, we just show them in the console. So if I save now and go back, refresh, we don't have anything here. Okay, that's because we haven't added it to the table here yet. So in here I need to create a new element, tr v4 invoice in invoices vbind key invoice.id. Need to take that up there like that. And in here first I say td, then I can just show invoice.id. Now we can go back to the browser and see if it's working. Yes, now it shows number 1, which is the first invoice we created. Perfect. td invoice.client. Hopefully this will show the name of the client. No, it just says 1. Can I say .name? No, I don't have access to it. And the reason why this is because this is a foreign key and we haven't selected all the foreign keys to be part of the data. So I need to come back to that. td invoice.gross amount. td invoice. We didn't add the is paid variable. We need to add that. Sorry, I forgot it. You can copy this. Is paid. Save. And then I need to update the database. Make migrations. Migrate. And run. Great. So now we have the is paid as well. And then I can show it here. Invoice.isPaid. Close this. And then I can add the empty td and save. So now we see the amount, the client's ID, and no information there. And that is, sorry, I messed up again. If I go back to serializer, if I find the serializer here, I can add it is paid. Now if I refresh, it said false. Perfect. Okay, since I just want to show the name, I can get the string representation by saying client equals serializers.string related field, and it's already in the list. So if I now save, go back here and refresh, you will see the name of the client instead. Perfect. So now we made it possible to show a list of the invoices we have. And I can set this task to done and save. The next step now is to create a page for showing invoice details. So we can begin with the template. So if I just find invoices here, I can create a little copy of this, create a new file, invoice, and here I want to show invoice.invoice number. Then I can close this div, and this template, and script import Axios from Axios, and export default name is invoice script like that. Then I save it as invoice.vue. I can import it to the router, so we have it here. Just copy this, remove the S, and that's okay. Then we just need to copy this, add the colon ID, /:id, so we have the ID for the invoice, and save. And then I just want to go into Invoices and create a link here. Router link. I need to go to the client's page and make a copy of this link because I don't remember the syntax right now. Like that. So this is supposed to be invoice and invoice.id. Button is light, details. If I save now and go back here, okay, maybe it shouldn't be a button. I can remove the class. So it just says details. And if I click it, there's a problem because invoice number is not defined. No, sorry. Of course, I need to add the data function first. Return. And invoice can be an empty object. If I now save, go back and refresh, there are no errors. And now it's time to get this information from the database. So here I need to go into the mounted lifecycle, but here I need to use the async method, mounted, because first I need to get the information about the invoice and then I get the items. So here I say await this.get invoice, methods, get invoice, and then I can go back to the client.vue because the get function is very similar. So just copy all of this and paste it here. Replace this with invoice ID like that, and invoices, and this dot invoice equals response.data. So if I now refresh, it should work, but it doesn't. Console.log, just check if the data is actually coming here. Yes. Console.log response. And I get the response in the data. So why isn't this working? This.invoice equals response.data. Okay, I think it is because if I go up to the serializer, there are no invoice number here. So I can copy it from there and just show it here like that. And I don't want to change this, so I can add it there as well. So if I now refresh, you'll see 1, invoice 1. Perfect. So then we get the invoice from the database and I can show a little bit more information about it. Okay, so now I want to get the item information. So await this.get items, and then I need to do a little bit in the backend first. So if I go back here now and up to serializers, I need to make a copy of this. Scroll down, just paste it, rename it to item serializer, class meta, and in here say model equals item, which we got up here, and the read-only fields here is just invoice. Remember to add a comma here since this is a tuple. And the fields I want to get is ID, the title, sorry, supposed to be a comma, and quantity, unit, price, the net amount, the watt rate, and the discount. Save, then I can copy this name and go to the views.py and import it up here as well. Then I need to create a new new view set, class item view set, viewsets.model view set. The serializer class to use here is of course the item serializer, and the query set equals item.object.all, and then I need to override the get query set, def get query set self, and in here I want to get the invoice ID from the get parameter, and then I want to use this to get the correct items. So here I need to say return self.queryset.filter invoice ID equals invoice ID. So then we will get the items based on the invoice ID. Now we can save this for now, and hopefully this will work. And now copy this, go to urls.py, copy those, copy this line, paste it, items, replace, item view set, and save. So now I think everything in the backend should be okay. When I go back to invoice.vue, I need to create this function. So here I also want to get this, and here I need to call axios.get, and I just say /API/v1/items, and the items I want to get should only come from invoice ID equals $. I need to use these here, so I can add a variable here, invoice ID, like that. So now I get items based on this parameter, and then I get a response back, and I can set this dot items equals response dot data. I think I can do that. I will test. And I can add this catch, and I just need to create this list up here, or array, like that. And then below here, create div class column is 12, h3 class is size 4 items, h3. Div class item, and then v, to add this on a new line, v4 item in items, we bind key item.id, and here I can just show the item.title just to see if it's working. Close the div, and save. There are no items now because we haven't added any to the database yet. So if I just go back here, create one new item, I want to connect it to this invoice. The first item to 100, and the net amount is 200, no VAT and no discount, and save. So hopefully if I refresh now, I will see the first item. Perfect. So that means that everything here is now working. This should probably be a simple table. So I can create one by saying table class table is full width,thead, tr, td. Then we can show the ID of the item, td title, and then the amount, td quantity. Like that. We can show more if we want to later. Thead, tbody, and now instead of calling this a div, we say tr, close the tr, close the tbody, and close the table. Can remove the class as well, actually. Then we say td item.id, close this, td item.title, td item.quantity, it's supposed to be lowercase, td item.net amount, like that. So now we have a little bit more information about the content. And then what's left is getting the information about the client. Actually, there are more that need to be done here, like much more information, but that's the last thing we want to do in this part. So I can copy this title, client, and I want it to be similar to this code. So here I should be able to say invoice.client.name, hopefully soon. A lot of replacing or pasting here. Save. And this will not show because we don't have access to invoice.client yet. I think if I just change this to a hyperlinked related field and save. Okay, I get some errors here. The view name argument is required. So I need to set view name equals client detail and save. If I now refresh, there is definitely something wrong going on here. Just stop the server, start it again. Okay, the relational field must provide a query set. Okay, so I did a mistake because I'm not supposed to reference the client here. I'm just supposed to say client underscore, because this is the information that they're going to have connected to the invoice and not the client object. So if I just do this and there, refresh, and now I get a little bit information about the client. There are not much information about that client because it haven't been added to the invoice yet. But everything should be okay now. If I just go in here, edit this one, address 1, address 2, zip, place, and Norway. Save changes. So now this have much more information. And if I go to the back end now, create a new invoice. Invoice 2, the client, blah blah blah. And this will automatically be filled out by the front end or Django when we create from the front end. Address 1, place, Norway, like that. So if I now just 0, set this to my team, same client, and the same creator and modified. If I now go back here to invoices, you'll see that I have 2. And if I go into details on this one, you'll see much more information here. Perfect. I don't like that the newest invoice is at the bottom, so I want to change this. To do that, I need to go into the models.py. There. And here I want to say class meta ordering equals create a tuple minus created at and a comma since it's a tuple. I say minus because I want it in descending order. Refresh, and now the newest one is on top. Perfect. Today we're going to go through these tasks. All of these are some part of making it possible to add invoices from the front end. But we can begin simple and create a simple page for adding invoices. just so we can test that we can go to the page. So inside the dashboard folder, create a new file, add invoice.vue, and here we can add the template and the script tag, name, add invoice. And I know I'm going to use the Axios, so import Axios from Axios. And I want to import the toast because we want to show a toast when you're adding the invoice. And we can add the data array with just one property, which is invoice. And then we can do something with the template, div class page add invoice. And I want the multi-line columns here. And one column for showing the title. So h1 class title add invoice. And now we close the h1, close the div, close that div, and close that div. And then we can continue by going to the router to import this view. Just copy this, set add for in front there, add there, scroll down a little bit, and find the invoices here. Copy this. And append add and add invoice, copy and replace and save. So now we have added it to the router. We can close this file. And then the last step now is to go into app.vue and create a button up in the menu. So I want it to be a green button next to my account button. So router link to /dashboard/ invoices /add class button is success. It's a nice and green button. Add invoice. And then we close the router link and save. So if I now go back to the browser, we have a brand new button here. And if I click it, we will see the title, which is the only thing we added to the template so far. But that means that the first task is done. And I can set this to done like that. I try to break this task into several smaller parts because adding the invoices is probably the most difficult thing we're going to do in this project. But now we can do the next part of this task, which is to get and select the clients. So the first thing I'm going to do in here now is to go in here and add a client property, which we're going to use later. And I also want one more list in here for getting the clients, like that. And in here I say async mounted, which is the lifecycle hook from Vue. And then we say await this.get clients. So this is a function for getting all the clients I'm going to create. So if I just copy that, go down here, say methods, get clients, and in here I want to call axios.post/API/v1 clients. And remember to have the slash at the end there. And then we get the response from the server. And when we get that, we can just say this.client equals response.data, because that is an array of clients. And if there are any errors, you can just show them in the console. And that's it for this script part, but now we need to do some changes to the template. So if I just copy this column and then add a simple title with MB4, which is margin bottom 4. So we have a little bit space below the title. And here I add a div class select. This is a Bulma class for styling the select boxes. And then I create a select element, set the name to client and vModel to invoice.client, so it references this object. First I add an empty option for select client. And then I also add one more option, which we're going to loop through. So for every client in clients, we create a new option, and then we bind the key to client.id. And we also bind the value to client. So we set the whole object of client as the value. And then we just display the client.name as the select option. So now I can close this, and close that one. And then we are going to make it possible to that when we select one of these clients, we are going to reference or set this to a client or an object. So right now this is empty, which means that this is going to be the one which is selected, but when we select one of this, the client you select will be changed and set into this one. So below here, I create a new box with empty 4, which is margin top 4, and this will only show if invoice.client has been selected in this list. And if it has, we want to show the client name, and we just say invoice.client.name, since we set the whole object in this value. And then I just paste in the code for showing the email, the address, the zip code, country, and similar, just like we've done other places. So then we can set this to now close that div and save. Okay, there seems to be an error. Just want to inspect to see what this error can be by going to the network tab, refresh, click clients. This field is required. Of course, because it's not supposed to be a post, this is supposed to be a get. Sorry. So if I just save now and go back and refresh, this should be now a list of the clients you have, but I see that this isn't selected. So if I just go back here again and set this one to selected like that, if I now refresh. So the reason why this isn't selected is because we set this to an object and not to an empty string, like this actually is. So if you now go back, you will see select client instead of the white box. And if I say click this one will pop up, and you see that we have selected client code, and then we have some contact information. Perfect. So now we have the ability to get and select a client. Next, I want to do something similar, but now I want to make it possible to add items for the invoice. So if I just go back to this file again, and inside here, I want to create a list of items. So items, and I want to add one empty item. This is default. I want to set the item num to 0. This is just a unique ID for adding the element. Title can be set to empty. Unit price can be set to empty. Quantity can be set to 1. Watt rate can be set to 0. And net amount can also be set to 0. And save. And now I want to introduce components, because I want a form for adding new items to be a component. So if I just go into this folder, create a new file called itemform.vue, and I can add the empty template tag and the script name item form, and in here I want the div class columns, because I want the fields to be listed next to each other. First, I had the div class column is 3 with a field, label title, and control with input type text, and then I bind the v model to item.title. I will come back to this object very soon. And I do then below the column, I had one more column for price. Class input is type text, and the v model is bind to unit price. And I do the same for quantity. But here I say type number, because I expect this to be a number and not a string. And below there I had a select list for the VAT rate. Here in Norway we have 0, 14 and 28. I think that's the most used at least. So this can be changed according to what you have in your country. And I bind this select list to the item.VAT rate. And all the way to the right on this column, I want a field for the gross amount. This is disabled because you're not supposed to be able to change this. And I bind this value to gross amount and not to the item. And then we need a way to pass in the item to this component. And to do that, we use something called properties. And short for that is props. And this is an object. And here I can say initial item object, because I expect that initial item is a type of object. And then we add the data array, return item. So I want to override this because this is an immutable object which you cannot or shouldn't change, at least. If not, instead I just create a new item and I set it to this dot initial item. So I make a copy of this object. And I want to create something called a computed property for the gross amount. So every time we change either the price, the quantity, or the VAT rate, this should be recalculated. And then we say computed. This can be a list of different values, but we only want gross amount. Like that. Const unit price equals this dot item dot unit price, and I want the quantity equals this dot item dot quantity. Const VAT rate equals this dot item dot VAT rate. And then to calculate the net amount, we say this dot item dot net amount equals unit price, and just multiply it with quantity, because net amount is without the VAT rate. And to now return the gross amount, we say return this dot item dot net amount plus this dot item dot net amount multiplied with VAT rate and divide it by 100 and save. And that is the component. And this is reusable, so we could use it other places in this project as well. And to use it in the add invoice file here now, I can say import item form from @/components. Just means the root folder, item form.view. And then I also need to register it here by saying components. And this is an object, here just say item form. And before I include it, I just want to scroll to the bottom and add some styling. Style, lang as CSS. And here I just want to say dot select and dot select with 100%. So it's very little styling for now. And then we want to show the item form. So below this column here, if I scroll down here, we say div class column is 12. And we want a simple title. H2 class is size 5 and B4. So it's the same as the other titles, items. And close the H2. And now we want to use the item form component. So we say item form. And we can loop through the items in the invoice by saying v4 item in invoice.items. And v bind key item.num. Item num. And we also now want to bind the vbind initial item, which is the property we refer to here, with item. So then we just pass in the whole item. Now we can close this and we can close the div and save. So if I now go back here, you'll see that we have a simple form here. And if I write something here and the price, you will see that the gross amount is updated automatically. Also, if I increase this, it increases. And if I say 25% VAT rate, it added it here. Perfect. And we should also have a button here for adding multiple items. So below this item form, I can just say button class button is light, light plus, and when we click this button at click, we want to call a new method called add item. So let's scroll down and create it by going into methods and below this. And here we can just add this invoice.items.push, create a new object, and then I can just make a copy of these values. But instead of saying item num0 now, we say this.invoice.items.length. So the next one will be 1 and then 2 and 3, etc. So we can save this now and refresh. I'll say item 1, 100 plus, now we go to one new line, item 2, 200, like that. Perfect. So now we have the ability to add items as well to the invoice. So then I can go back to the to-do list as it is task to done. Next step is to calculate the different values, because here we want to show the total net amount, the total gross amount, etc. So if I just go back here and scroll up, and below this div, create one more div class column is 12, and then add the title total, then add 3 paragraphs, net amount, what amount, and gross amount, which just refers to invoice.this. All of this will be set very soon. If I just scroll down into the invoice, below items I can say net amount 0, what amount 0, and gross amount 0, and save. So if I now go back, you'll see that these are all set to 0, and if I change this, nothing happens here. So then we need to make it possible to send information from this item form. So every time we call this gross amount, we want to send back information back to the parent. So here where we show the item form, we say v on update price. So when we get this from this component, we want to call a new function called update totals. This function will be created down here in the method list. So below here is the update totals. First I want to create a new variable net amount 0 and let what amount equals 0. These are just local for this function. And then I want to get the item we are going to update, and to get it we need to add changed item into here as a parameter, and then we get it from the invoice items list by saying filter item, or I for short, dot item num is the same as the one we passed back from the item form component. I will show you how we do that very soon. And then we can say item equals changed item. So we change the value of this to the values we get from the component. And then I want to loop through all of the items. So just for let I 0, and while I is lower than the number of items we have in the invoice, we call I++ and we go into this loop. Then we create a new what rate variable based on the what rate from the item we have in this loop. And then we say what amount, which is this variable, plus equals the net amount, which we calculated here. And we multiply it with the what rate divided by 100. And we can do the same for net amount plus equals, and just copy this. So this is the total for the whole invoice, while this is just the total for the item. Now we can close the for loop. And then we say this.invoice.netAmount, which is this variable up here, which we are showing here. And that we set it to this one which we just created. And the same one with what amount, what amount, and the gross amount can just be net amount plus what amount. And this dot invoice dot discount amount, we set this to 0. I will come back to the discount amount in a later part of this series. But this will still not work because we have to go into the item form and emit this data back to the add invoice. So below here, when we have done this, we can say this dot $sign emit, so we emit something back, which is the update price, which is the function we are listening to here. So v on update price, and then we just pass in this dot item, and this dot item is the one we have in this item form, and it is the one we get inside the function here, changed item. So if I now save, refresh, title 100, now you saw that the net amount increased to 100 and also the gross amount. If I change this to 25, you see the what amount is 25. And if I add more products, you'll see that this keeps increasing. Perfect. So now everything with the items is done, and I can set this task to done as well. Last step now is to send all this information back to the server. So the first thing I want to do then is to go into the Django part and do a little change here in the invoice serializer, because I want to remove this field, because it's going to block a few things and make the adding difficult. So I will come back to this and show you how we will fix it. And if I now go back here and hit invoices, you will see the ID of the client and not the name. But since we saved the name of the client, we can just go into invoices and say client name, because we have access to that. So now it's working. Perfect. And I can go back to the add invoice functionality. And then I just want to go into the views for the invoice and do a little change here on the create functionality. So below where we got the theme, I want to get the current invoice number, which are going to add to the invoice we are creating. And then below here, I want to increase this for the next time. And when we've done that, we can call theme.save. And then we can just continue and set serializer.save. But we also need to add a little bit more data here, because now I set created by and theme, but we also need modified by equals self.request.user and invoice number equals invoice number. And then everything there should be okay. So if we go back to add invoice, we can create a button for submitting the form. Just copy this column, button class, button is success, so it's nice and green. At click, submit form, save button. And then we can close this div as well. So then we need to create this function or method at the bottom of the list here, like that. And since we now have this.invoice.client has all the information, but we still need to set the client name, the client email, etc. And that needs to be fixed here. And to do that, we just say this.invoice.client_name equals this.invoice.client.name and do it for all of the other fields. And when that's finished, we need to replace this by saying this.invoice.client and set it to the ID of the client, because that is what the backend expects. And when that's done, all of the data is ready, and we can say axios.post API/v1 invoices, and we want to send this.invoice, which is the object with all of the client information, the items, etc. Then we say .then response, create a fat arrow function, and if it's okay, we say this dot in the invoice was added and show the toast at the bottom right corner. And then we can say this dot router push, and we can be sent back to /dashboard/invoices, so we see the list of invoices. If there are any errors, we can just show them in the console. We'll come back to all of the error handling later. But if you try to submit now, we'll get a few errors because we need to fix a little bit with the items, because the items need to be connected better with the invoice serializer. And to do that, we just scroll down and take all of this code, cut it out of there, scroll to the top and paste it above this serializer. And then we need to go over here in the top and say items equals item serializer, many equals true. And I also need to copy this and append items at the bottom of the list there. Okay, so now we are getting there, but we also need to override the create function for the serializer. So this is not the same as perform create here, because here we can't do this. So here is a def create self validated data, and then we want to get the items data from the validated data. This is the form data, and pop. So we just pop it out of the list. So now we have a variable with the information of the items. And then we create a new invoice by saying invoice.object.create. And we pass in the validated data. And then we want to loop through this items data and create one item per iteration. So for item in items data, item.objects.create invoice equals invoice. So here we reference this invoice we just created, and item, which is just an array of information with all the fields we need. And when that's done, we say return invoice and save. So yes, everything here should be okay now, and we can test the functionality. So if we select this client, add one line, title, 100 or 1000, save, and now it's redirected back here. We got a new invoice, number 3, amount is 1000, is paid, and if I go in here, you will see this, and you see the item that we created. Perfect. And then I can go back to the to-do list and set this task to done. In this part we're going to do some refactoring. This means that we're going to fix a few things from the previous parts. First I'm going to remove the item ID from the list of invoices on the detail page. So if I just find the invoice.vue page, I don't want to show the item ID in this list because it doesn't matter, because it doesn't have anything to do with the invoice. So I can just remove that line and remove that line. So that was a quick first task, so now I can set this to done. Next, I want to show the invoice number instead of the ID of the invoices. So inside here, right now I show the invoice ID, but the client doesn't know what this actually is. So here I want to show the invoice number instead, like this. So if I now go back here into invoices, okay, this is just because I did some testing, so it should be 1, 2, 3, but it is correct to show the invoice number. So then I can set this task to done as well. Next, I want to remove the getItems function because we have access to invoice.items. So we get them from the backend because of the thing we did in the previous part. Because in the previous part we did a little change in the backend. If I just go and find it here, if you remember that we added the items here, which means that we have access to this now and so we don't have to use a separate function for getting the invoices, no, the items. So if I just go back into invoice.vue, and here where we loop through them, we can just say invoice.items, and that means I can remove the getItems function, and I can remove this, I can remove the await and the async as well, and save. So if I now just go into the details, we still have the items here. Perfect. And I also want to clean up the backend a little bit. So if I go back up here into views.py, I don't need the item view set longer. So I can remove that. And go into urls.py. And here I remove item view set, and also from there, because we get it through here instead. Perfect. So then I can set the next task as well to done. And I want to keep cleaning a little bit, so I want to remove a component called hello world. This is something that comes default from Vue. So just right click and delete. And save. Perfect. So I can set now this to done. Next I want to add an extra field in the database for the teams, because I want to keep track of the bank account number, which is going to be printed on the invoices. So if I just scroll up a little bit and find the team app, go into models.py, and below here I can say bank account equals models.char field. This is a great way, or proper way, to store a database value like this. Max length comes out to 255, and blank equals true and null equals true if you don't want to fill it out yet. So then I can save this, and I can stop the server so we can update the database. Python manage.py make migrations, and Python manage.py migrate, and then I can run the server again. And I also need to do a little change on the serializer. So at the bottom here I append bank account and save, and I can also copy this field, because I also want this to be appended to the invoices. So at the bottom here, or inside here somewhere under is paid, I can append it there. And then I can update the database again, make migrations and migrate, and run server. And I also need to add this to the list of values we get in the serializer for the invoice. And here I want to append it to the list here, bank account. But I don't want this to be filled out in the front end when we create a new one, so I need to set this to not required. And to do that, I just say bank account equals serializers dot char field required equals false, and save. So now this will be filled out when we submit invoice from the front end. Great. And then inside invoice/views.py, where we create the invoices, here I want to append at the bottom here. Here we can say bank account equals team.bank account, and the team we have up here. And since we have set this, it's okay to have this will work since we have set the bank account up here to require false, so we don't expect to get this data from the front end. Great. And then I just want to add the field to the edit team page, so we can change the bank account in the front end. Edit team.view, and I can just make a copy of this, change type to text, change the label to bank account, and vmodel equals team.bank account and save. So if we now go here to my account, edit my team, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, save. The changes was saved. If I go back to my team, we have now stored the bank account number there. Perfect. So then I can go back to the list of to-dos and set this task to done. And next I want to show information about the team and the user account on the account page. And to do this I want to make a few small changes to the Vuex or the store, because now we don't have any information about the user here. So I want to append the ID here so we can store the user.id. And here where we reset or set it to empty, I want to say state.user.id equals empty, and state.user.username is also empty. And I can copy these two because I want to set this down here when we log out and remove the token. But here where we have logged in, it says state.user.username equals local storage.getItem username, and state.user.id equals local storage.getItem user ID. And save. And we also need now a method for setting this. So down below the remove token we say set user, pass in state and the user object, and here we can just say state.user equals user and save. And then I need to do a little change to the login page, because you need to now call this set user function. So if I just go back in here and I find the submit form and set async here, because I want to wait for this to finish before I continue. I wait. So when this Axios function is finished, I want to proceed to the next Axios function. Axios.get API/v1/users/me. This will give me information about myself. Then response, create a fat arrow function. This.store.commit, set user, which is the function we created here. Then we want to pass in an object username, response.data.username, and ID is set by response.user.id, like that. No, response.data, sorry. And when that's done, I want to set the local storage. So local storage.setItem username response.data.username. So now we store it in the browser. So next time when we refresh or something similar, we'll get the information here from the local storage, just like the token. And then local storage set item user ID response.data.id. And instead of redirecting to the dashboard here, we need to wait just to remove it from there and paste it down here, because you need to wait for this to finish. And if there are any errors, we can just say .catch error console.log error, like that. Sorry, we can print it out JSON style, like that, and save. So now the next time we log in, we will get information like the username and the user ID from this backend. And then the last thing you need to do here is to go to my account, and below this title I say strong team, strong team.name br strong username strong store.state.user.username and create HR there. So the last thing we need to do here before we can test it, because we don't have access to the team yet, is to copy the get or create function team from the edit team page, because I want to create it already when we go here and not when we go to the edit page. So then I can go down here and say async mounted, and here we want to say await this.get or create team. Now we need to create this function, and we already have functionality for this. So if I just go to edit team, we already created it here, but I can copy this, go back to my account, and paste it there. And we need to create a data array at the top. Return team can be an empty object like that. And then the last thing before we test this, just to remove the username and user ID when we sign out, just to be sure that everything is okay. So now if I go to here, just log out, log in, code.co.com, and then my password. And if I now go to my account, you'll see my team and also my username. Perfect. So now we have this information available as well. And I can go back here and set this task to done. Next, I want to set or add more information to the invoices, like the sender reference and due days. We already had fields for this in the backend, so we actually just have to think about the front end. So if I just go to add invoice.vue, and I want to make a copy of this and paste it below here. Replace the title with Misc for miscellaneous. Close the div, and div class field label due days. This is how many days the client has to before they need to pay. Div class control input type, this has to be a number. Class input for styling v model equals invoice dot due days. Close the divs like that, and I can make a copy of this, paste it, replace the label with sender reference. It's just to add a little text about who sent the invoice. Sender reference. And I want to go down here, inside here. I want to set due days to 14. So this is a default number of days before they need to pay. So if I go in here now, you'll see that already have 14 in this field. Perfect. So then this task is also done like that. And then the last thing I want to do in this part is to create a link between the sign up and login page. So if I go to login and find the form, then below here, create an HR router link to /sign up. Click here to sign up. Just copy this and do the same thing on this page. Click here to log in. Save. I can try to log out just to see that it's working. So I have a link between these pages. Perfect. So then I can just set this task as well to done. And that's it for this part. So now we made a few changes that we needed to do in order to continue. In this part we're going to make it possible to generate the invoice PDF and download it to your computer. So we have a few tasks we're going to do today. The first thing is going to install WK HTML to PDF. If you go to this address, you will find a download button here. So you can install for Windows, macOS, Ubuntu and a few other Linux distros. I have already installed it, but you need to do this before you can continue. So I will just go back here and set this to done. Next task is to install PDF-Kit. This is going to use this, which is a software for the computer, but this here is a Python package. So if I just copy this, stop, as a pip install Django-PDF-Kit and hit enter, and then I can run the server again when that's done. Perfect. I can set this to done already. Next step now is to create the Django view for generating the PDF. So if I just scroll up and find invoice/views.py. First I want to import the PDF-Kit. This should be done on top. Import PDF-Kit like this. Then I just want to move this up so we get everything in the right order. I like to have Python import at the top, then Django, and then packages we have installed, and then local imports like this. Then there are 3 more things I want to import from Django, which is HTTP response and the shortcut we're going to use for getting the invoice from the database, and then a loader to get the template. Then I need to import a few more things from the REST framework. I need to import something called status, authentication and permissions. And I also want to import a few decorators like API view, authentication classes and permission classes, and a response called response. So it's a little bit of import right now, but you'll probably understand how this works in a few seconds. And the last thing I want to import is the theme model we are going to use to get the correct invoice. And then I want to start with the view. First I create or add the decorator, because this view is only going to support the get request method. And now I use the 2 other decorators, authentication class, because I'm going to use token authentication, because when the user is signed in, you're going to use the token authentication, and the permission authenticated. These are already built in the invoice view set and similar, but you need to declare these for the views here. And then I said def generate PDF, pass in the request, and then the invoice ID. So this is a regular function-based view from Django. And then I get the invoice from the backend by saying get object or 404. So this will return an error if it doesn't exist. Use the primary key from the URL, and the created by needs to be the requested user. And then I get the theme, and then first the list of theme, and then I say the first one, because right now you can only have 1 theme per user. Next we say template equals get template, which is one of the functions we imported here. And this will get the template called pdf.html. I will create this soon. And then we say template.render, and we pass in invoice and theme. So this is just like the render function we are used to in Django, but it will give us HTML instead of rendering and show it to the screen. And when that's done, we call PDF-Kit, and we want to create a PDF from a string, which is this HTML, and we don't want to pass in any options now. And then we prepare a response, which is the HTTP response, pass in the PDF, and then we set content type to application/PDF so that the browser knows what type of content it's getting. And we also need to set the content disposition to attachment, and then we set the file name. We're going to change this in the front end, so it doesn't matter what's set here. And then we can just return response. Then we can import this into the URLs. Just append it to the end there. And here we just say generate PDF and pass in the view and set the name and save. Actually, this isn't correct because, sorry, I want to add invoices first there, and int invoice ID. So now the URL will be api/v1/invoices and then the ID and then generate PDF and save. Next step now is to create a new folder in the invoice app called templates, and in here we create a new file pdf.html. First I create the usual doc type like this and HTML and then head, and below the head a body. Set the title just to invoice, and then in here I add a styling. I'm not going to go through all of this, but I will add this file in the description below so you can see it yourself on GitHub. It's just first a little resizing or resetting, and then set some sizes, some padding, a little font size, and we use display inline block to align items next to each other, and add some margin and a little bit like that. So it's not anything too fancy. We just add some borders, and some of the fonts are bold. Set some width and similar. And then we have a summary, which is get a little background and some padding. But you will see what this looks like soon. Like that, we need to use inline styling for this PDF generation to work. Oops, forgot to add an Y in this element. Body, of course. First in here I create a new div class top, which will be the information about the invoice. And then a new div element top left, which will be information about the client and yourself. First we show information about your team name. We don't have the address or city or something similar yet, so just add some static information. So invoice list, just to know that this is you. Below there I get some information about the client from the invoice, like the name, the address, the zip code and similar. And then at the right side of the screen or PDF, got div class top right, and in here add a title, invoice, and then the invoice number. Oops, H2, like that. And then this is the email for the team, but we haven't added this either yet, but we're going to come back to that later. One more split for the invoice date, and here we use a filter from Django because we're going to use this format. This is the one I'm used to here in Norway, but you can change this to whatever you prefer. And then we use one more split for getting the due date instead of due days. So this is a function I will show you very soon how we create. So it's just invoice.getDueDate, and if the invoice has the sender reference, we want to show this to the user. And the same, if there's a client contact reference, we show it there. And then below here, I want to loop through all of the items. Here I want to show the title, quantity, unit price, what rate it's selected, and the sum. So in here we loop through all of them. So we just get them by saying for item in invoice.items.all. And as you can see, here is also one more function we will create before we can test this. And then below here we create a new div class summary for showing the summary of the invoice. First we have a simple title. Now we split it and show the left where we have the invoice number, the due date. We use this function again, and then we show the bank account number. And then at the right side or the bottom right of the invoice, we show the net amount, the VAT amount, and then the amount the user has to pay. So then we can save this, and then I want to continue. I think I can go back here now and set a few of these to done. This is done. This is done, and then we want to create the model function. Model functions are, for example, the get due date and the get gross amount. So if I just go into models.py, first I want to import a few things at the top. First I import decimal, and I also need time delta so we can calculate the due date. The first function we're going to create is for the invoice. This is the get due date. This will just return self.created, and then we plus time delta days equals self.due days, and this is the due days that is selected in the front end here, which is default to 14. And then the next function is for the item, the def get gross amount. First I want to calculate the VAT rate, and here I need to convert this to a decimal instead of a floating field. And then I just return self.netAmount plus net amount multiplied by VAT rate, which is, for example, 0.14 or 0.25, and save. So now everything in the backend is ready. Then I can go back here and set this to done. Then for the front end I want to install something called JS file download, which makes it possible to download it using JavaScript. So if I just stop the Vue server and paste it here and click enter, and I can run the Vue server again, and I can set this to done. Next step is now to go into invoice.vue, scroll up here, below here, add HR, and then a button, and we click it. We want to call the get PDF function we're going to create, and we have a title called download PDF. So if I just copy this name, scroll down into methods, below the get invoice, create a new method like this. Then we want to get the invoice ID from the router, and then it's just a simple Axios command. We get, which is the route to where we created here, invoices, then invoice ID, generate PDF, just like this. We need to set the response type to blob, because if not, the file download won't work. And when we get the result back, we call file download, pass in the data, and then we set the invoice name or the PDF name we want to use. If there are any errors, we just show them in the console. So the last thing before we can test this is to import this. So at the top here, below Axios, we can say const file download equals require js-file-download and save. So there are no errors now. So hopefully, if I go back here now, refresh, we have the download PDF, and if I click it, there is something wrong. No, it got there. It just took a few seconds to generate it. So then we have this here now. First, we have information about our team, and then the client, invoice 1, a little bit information to the right here. As you can see here, this is the date it was generated, and this is the due date, which is 14 days later. And then we have the items. The VAT rate is 0, so the sum is similar to the unit price. And we have the summary with a little bit more information. Perfect. So then I can go back here and set this task as well to done. Today we're going to add some new fields to the teams, add breadcrumbs, and also a few other small things. And then I'm going to make it possible to set the invoice to paid. And the most important thing for this part is to work on the invoice detail page. But first we can begin with adding new fields to the teams and invoice. Okay, so if I go into apps and then team and models.py, at the bottom here I paste a few new fields. I have one for the email, which is email field, address 1, address 2, zip code, and place. If you want more fields, you can add these as well. And then I stop the web server and say python manage.py make migrations and python manage.py migrate. So now the database is updated and we can run the server again. Next step is to add these new fields to the serializer so you can access it in the front end. So here we say email, address 1, address 2, zip code, and place. Then we can save this. So now we should be able to access these in the front end. So I can go back here now and set this to done and this to done. And then before I continue, I just want to go into the template for this, for the PDF. So if I go into Invoice, Templates, PDF, I just want to fix this before I forget it. So team.name, here I can say team.address. And then I want to check if we have the zip code or the place. So if team.zipcode or team.place, then we can show this as well. And if, and just replace this with team.zipcode and team.place and save. And that's it. Now we can actually update this as well. So team.email and save. So now we've updated the PDF template as well. And since we now have the possibility to show it here, I want to change the edit team.view so we can change this information in the front end. So go into source, views, dashboard, edit team.view. Can make this a little bit smaller. Then I can make a copy of bank account. Email, I want the type to be email. And vModel should be team.email. And I want one field for the address. Address. Sorry, address 1, no, address 2. And one for the zip code and one for the place. So zip code, place, and place. So now we can change this in the front end. So if I just save now, go to the website, my account. Okay, so if I now go to edit team, I now have a few new fields here. So I can add code with stein@gmail.com, address, zip code, and place. If I now save and go into edit team again, you'll see that I've stored this information in the backend. Perfect. So then I can go back to the to-do list, set this to done, and this to done. And then the next step is to add breadcrumbs. So I want to make it possible to have links up here so I can go back to my account and dashboard, and same for all of these different pages. So we can begin with the clients page. So if I just find clients.view, and at the top here over the columns, add a couple of lines. There's a nav class breadcrumb, area label breadcrumbs. Inside here I have a UL, which is an unordered list, li, and then a router link to the dashboard, and then one more which is active because this is the client's page, and this is just a link to the same page we are on. And when I set this to current, the Bulma will add some styling to it. So if I save now, go back, you'll see that I now have breadcrumbs here. And if I click here, I'll be sent to the dashboard. Great. So then I can fix the same thing for add client. So if I just go to add client, like that, save, so it's the same here, it's just that I have one more link. So now I can go back there, so it's a little bit easier to navigate. And then the client, which is a little bit different, because here we need to use the bind this to the value and ID of the client. So if I just find client.view at the top, paste again, and as you can see, the only difference here is that I use the colon to bind the value here to this route name, and then I pass in client.id, which I have access to down here. So, and also show the client name there. So if I save now, go back, you'll see that I have this here, and it shows the name of the client I'm on. Perfect. And we can do the same for edit client. and save. So it's just the same code. It's just I added one more here, which is edit client and pass in. So this is the same link as you can find here for going to the edit client page. So if I just go into one, edit, you'll see here that I can go to all of these different pages. And this will need to be done with all the other pages as well. So the next one is invoices, and then the add invoice, and the invoice page. The my account, and then last but not least, edit client, no, edit team, of course. So now we should have breadcrumbs all over the application, and I can set this task to done. Next step now is to work on the invoice detail page. So on this page I want to make a few changes. I want to have a summary, and also need to change this table a little bit. So the first thing I want to do is to fix a little bit in the backend. So if I scroll down and find invoice/models.py, and I want to create a new function for the invoice model, because I want to get the due date in a formatted version so I can use it in the front end a little bit easier. So it's just self.getDueDate, which is this function, and then we add it to string time, and I want the day, month and year. So it's probably a different format than in your country. And then inside the serializer.py, if I scroll down here, and at the bottom I add one more, getDueDate formatted, which is this function we just created. And then if I go into invoice.vue, I want to remove this. So I need to clean up this page a little bit. And then in the client box, I want to add some space above it, like that. No, below, sorry. So between these two, I add some space. And I also want to add a class of box, so we get a little bit shadow around this, so it's easier to separate. Also, these two clauses can be added here, like that. And these two H3 titles, I want to add MB5, so we get space below them and down to the content. So now we get space in there, perfect. And then I want to copy one of these two boxes and customize it a little bit so we can show the summary, just like this. So here we have a div class column is 12. Inside there we have a new div class box and a simple title, summary. And here we show the net amount, VAT amount, gross amount, and the bank account number we want the payment to go to. And then we show our reference, the client reference, the due date, which is the function we created in the model. And then we show the status and the invoice type. I will create these functions first before we can test this. So if I just scroll down to methods, then below the get PDF, first we can create a get status label. This just checks if the invoice is paid, then it says return is paid. If not, it says it's not paid. And we want a similar function for checking if it is a credit note or a regular invoice. So if I now save, go back here, we see the summary, and it's invoice type, and the status is not paid. We haven't added anything to the bank account and not the references either. So I can go to the backend and just fix this so we have a little bit of information there, like that. And we can also add sender ref, client contact ref, just so we have something, a little bit of information there. So if I now refresh, you'll see more information in this summary. Perfect. As you can see here, these are not aligned, so I want to fix that. So if I just go up here, just copy this and remove the box clause from there, which I just added, and indent this, close the div, and the same here, remove the box clause, add the div clause box, indent, and close the div and save. So if I now go back here, you will see that this looks much better. Perfect. And then I want to change this a little bit. So in here, if I find a table, I want to have a few more fields here. I want the title, the quantity, the watt rate, and total. And since this is inside the T head, this needs to be TH. And I need to customize this, so just remove these 3 and add these 4 instead. So item title, quantity, item watt rate, and get item total, and pass in item, which we'll create now. So just copy this, scroll down, and at the bottom here we can create this method. So first I get the unit price from the item, the quantity, and then I calculate the total, and then I just parse it as float just to make sure that it's correct, and set toFixed to 2 because we just want 2 decimals. Save and go back, and now this looks better. Perfect. So now the invoice detail page looks much better, and I can go back here to the to-do list and set this task to done. Oops, done. Next is fix the is labeled in the invoices list. So if I go back to here, I want to say is paid or is not paid or no. So here I want to say yes or no instead of true or false. So open up invoices.vue, and instead of showing this, we can say get status label and pass in invoice. Then we can create this method in the view part down here. And I just say if invoice.isPaid, we said yes, and if it's not paid, we said no. Perfect. So that makes a little bit more sense than true or false. So let's set this task to done. Next I want to add due date to the invoices list. So I want to show the due date out here so it's easier to keep track of the due date. So if I go back to invoices.vue and find the table, can add it after amount, and then I just call the same get due date formatted as we did in the invoice.vue page. So now it's a little bit easier to see when the invoice is due. Great. So then I can set this task to done as well, and then I also make it possible to set an invoice as paid. So then we need to go back to invoice.vue again and scroll up to the download button and add a new div class buttons, so we get a little bit space because I want to add one more button here. After here I say button at click, then we call set as paid. I want it to be green so it makes sense to click it when everything is okay, and I just want to show this if invoice.paid is not true. So let's go down and create this function. First I just want to import the toast so we can show toast when we have set the invoice to paid. Then we can scroll to the bottom of the methods. I want this to be an async function. So the first thing I do is to set this.invoice.isPaid to true. This is just the invoice we have local here on Vue, and then I get all of the items and add it to a new list item, and then I delete all of the items from the invoice. And when that is done, I call await.axios and patch, so I just send the information about this invoice back to the server. And when that is done, I call this toast so we can show that the changes was saved. And if there are any errors, I just print them in the console. So the reason why I call the delete function up here to remove the items is because the backend isn't ready to handle items for the update, because the items are read-only. And when that's finished, I can set this.invoice.items back to this variable. So then everything should be okay. So if I just go into one of these now, I can click set as paid. The changes were saved. Perfect. And if I scroll down, it's changed to status is paid. Same is that if I go out here to the list, this will say is paid. Perfect. So then I can go here again, I set this to done. Today we're going to make a possible to create credit notes and also fix a few buttons, show unpaid and paid invoices, and a few other small things. So the first task is to make it possible to create credit notes. To do that we need to do some changes to the invoice model. So if I just go into Invoicely, apps, and invoice and into the models.py for the invoices. Here I want one more field to check if the invoice has been credited. So then I can just say is credited equals models.boolean field, default equals false, and then I need to stop the server down here and say Python manage.py make migrations and Python manage.py migrate. Great, so now the new field is added to the database. And to make use of this and this in the front end, I need to use them in the serializers.py. So if I just go in here and find invoice serializers, then I go to the bottom of this list and append both of them there. Is credit for and is credited. And save. And that's it for the backend. Next I want to create a button in the front end. On the invoice page I want a button for create credit note. So if I go into views, dashboard and invoice.view, and then below this set as paid I can create one more button at click. So when I click this button I want to call create credit note. Credit note. Class button is danger because it's not always a credit note you want to create. So, and we also want to show this only if the invoice hasn't already been paid. So I can copy that from this line and create credit note button. Great. So now we have the button and the next step is to create this function. So I just copy the name of it, scroll down into the methods list here, and at the bottom below this set as paid I can create one more async, create credit note, and the first thing I need to do here is to say that this.invoice.isCredited equals true. So we set the invoice we are on to credited, and then I want to do similar as I did up here and to copy this and then remove the items from the list, and then I can actually just copy this, both of these, paste them down here. So I just patch it just like we do up here when we set this as paid, but here we set this to is credited. And we call the toast and we show the error in the console if there are any. By the way, I don't need this line here. But when we are finished with this, which is converting, I want to create a new invoice. And to do that, I first create a new variable, let credit note equals this.invoice. So we make a copy of this variable or this object. And we say credit note dot is credit for equals this.invoice.id. So we set this field in the here, this foreign key. We set this to the invoice we are on, and then we also say credit note.isCredited equals true. No, false, because the one you are on is the one who is credited, of course, this one. And when that's done, I want to delete the ID from the invoice we have here. And then I say delete credit note ID. So we remove the ID field from the credit note we are going to send into the backend. Await axios.post API/v1 invoices, just like when we are creating a new invoice. And then we pass in the credit note. And when that's done, say .then response that arrow function. You can copy the toast from up here like that. And then I want to say the credit note was created. Great. And when that's done, I want to say this.router.push. I want to send the user back to the invoices page. Dashboard/invoices. And if there are any errors, I can just copy this, paste it there, and save. So hopefully there are no view errors as I can see yet, and I can run the server. If I now go back to here, refresh. Great, so if I now go into one of these, we will have a new button here, create credit note. Just want to open up the console to see if we get any errors there. When I click this, okay, I got an error from the backend. Okay, the patch did not work and the post did not work. Okay, so the reason that I got the error is because when we create this new credit note, it's not connected to the items. So if I just scroll up, copy this line, which I was not supposed to remove, paste it in here again and save. And now refresh, try to click create credit note and refreshed and send back here. And I got a new invoice up here. And if I go into it, this should be a credit note. I can go to the backend and check this. Here, this is set to invoice type. That is not correct. Okay, so I think if I go into the code again, here say credit note dot invoice type equals credit note and save, because I think all of the other fields was correct because this links to the other invoice and similar. So let me just go back again and into this, create credit note. Okay, seems a little bit more correct. As you can see here, it still says invoice type invoice, but here it says credit note. Perfect. So there's probably something wrong here. If I go into invoice.vue, find this part in the template, get invoice type. This is supposed to have underscore. So now it says credit note. Perfect. So now it's possible to create credit notes in the system. So then I can go back to the to-do list and set this task to done. Next step now is to make it possible to get the credit note as a PDF, because if I go here and set download PDF, you will say that this says invoice, this needs to say credit note and similar. And some of these has to be minus and not the values that you can see here. So just close this. And if I find the template PDF, just copy all of it, create a new file, save it as PDF underscore credit note.html. Scroll to the top, change the title to credit note, and the styling is the same as it was. And if I just found there it says invoice, you need to change this to credit note. And the email can be as it was, the invoice date can also be as it was, but we're not supposed to have a due date here. But here we can say credit note 4, so we see the ID for the other invoice, or the invoice number. So invoice.is invoice 4 dot invoice number. So it's easy to find the other one. You can still see the sender reference and our reference. Perfect. And the table here can be as it was. It's just that instead of saying quantity like this, we need to say minus quantity, and the gross amount should also be minus. And if I just scroll down to the summary, the invoice number can be as it was, this line can be removed, this line can be removed, and the net amount needs to be set to minus, the VAT amount needs to be set to minus, and also the invoice gross amount minus. And it shouldn't say amount to pay, but credit, like that. And then I need to change the function which is generating this. Here I need to create a new variable called template name equals, remove that from there, copy, replace, and then we can say if invoice.is credit for template name equals pdf credit note.html. So if the value is set in this, you can use this template name instead when we are generating the template. Great, so then I can save. If I now refresh, click the download PDF button, go into it, you say credit note 3, only the invoice number. Okay, there is a little mistake there in the credit note 4. That's there, I forgot to close it. Okay, but the rest is still correct. We have the minus and credit. Perfect. I can close that again, go back to the to-do list and set this task to done. Next, I want to fix the button if we are on a credit note on the invoice page, because if the invoice is a credit note, I don't want to show these two buttons, the set as paid and credit and create credit note. So here I can say template if, so you use Vue to check if this invoice is credit for. That has to be empty, and not invoice dot is credited. And if both of these are false, then we can show these buttons. Close the template and save. So now the buttons isn't showing on this invoice because it is a credit note. And if I go into this, for example, okay, this is paid, but if I go there, this says set as paid and also create credit note. Perfect. So then I can set this task as well to done. And then I want to show unpaid and also paid invoices on the client page. So if I go into one of the clients, this one for example, I want to show a list of the invoices here. And to do that, I need to create a new serializers for the client. So if I go back to the client and into serializers.py, I want it to be located here. Then I need to import the invoice model from apps.invoice.models. Import invoice. And then the top here is a class client invoice serializer. Patient serializer.model serializer. Then we can set the class meta. This can be set to model equals invoice. And also the fields I want to use, which is a tuple. I want the ID. And I want the invoice number. And I want the is sent. I want is paid. I want the gross amount, comma, and I want the what amount, and I want the net amount, and I want to get due date formatted, and invoice type, and also is credited. Save. So if I then go down to this client serializers, at the top I can say invoices equals client invoice serializers. So I use this to get the invoices. Many equals true. And then I need to append this to the list at the bottom here. So now I get the invoices connected to this client in the front end with this data. So then I can find client.vue. And first I want to create a new list in here, invoices, just so things don't crash before we get the data from the server. And then I want to create two computed values, which is something that comes from Vue. So computed. And I want one variable or list for unpaid invoices. Return this.client.invoices.filter. Create a new variable invoice. Fat arrow invoice.isPaid equals false. So this will give me a list of invoices where the invoice.isPaid is set to false. And every time this updates, this variable will also change because it is a computed value. Then I can make a copy of this, just rename it to paid invoices, and instead of false, I set true, and save. And then we can create the HTML for this. So if I scroll up, I can copy this column name below there, div class box, and before I forget it, only want to show this if we have any unpaid invoices. So v if unpaid invoices.length. So this will only be rendered if we have any invoices like that. h2 class subtitle unpaid invoices. Close it. Close this. Close this. Save and go back and see. Yes, we have some unpaid invoices connected to this client. And in here I want to create a table. So below the title, table class table is full width. So it fills out the whole screen. Just close that. And then in the table I want a t head with tr. And then I want to show the ID or invoice number, the amount, the due date, and also some actions. And then I say t body. Close it. And tr, and here I want to loop through all of the invoices in the unpaid invoices list. So v4 invoice in unpaid invoices, vbind key, so each of the TRs is unique for Vue, invoice.id. Close it like that. And first I show invoice.invoice number, and then invoice.gross amount, and then invoice.get due date formatted. And in the last one I want to show a link so you can go and see the details of this invoice. So here's a router link, :2, so we bind the value to this code. Name, :invoice, which is the route name. Params, ID, invoice.id. And we close this, and this, and that. Details, and close the router link, and save. So if I go back now, you will see 4 unpaid invoices connected to this client. And then I can do the same for the paid invoices. If I just copy this, paste it, replace the title with paid invoices, like that. And I also want to loop through this like that, and save. and the contents of the table is the same. So if I refresh now, I have one paid invoice for this client. Perfect. So that means that I now can go back to the to-do list again. I set this task to done. Next step now is to make it possible to send reminders to the clients. So if they are past the due date, you can just click a button and they will get a new email with the invoice and information that they have to pay now. And I'm not going to implement a SMTP server or anything like that, so I'm just going to fake a simple backend so we can see that emails are sent, which is easy for testing. So if I go to Invoicely and into settings.py, I can set the email backend like this to django.core.mail backends.console.email backend. So when I send the email, I will just see the output of it here in the console. And then we need a new view for this. So inside invoice views.py, at the bottom here, first I can import the function from Django for sending emails. From django.core.mail import email multi alternatives, because we're going to pass in and send the PDF as well to the user. Then I can copy this, because we're just going to use a simple view like this. And we're going to require the token and that the user is authenticated. Def send reminder request and invoice ID, so we know which invoice to send it to. Invoice equals get object 404, because you need to get this from the database, just like we did up here. So I can copy this and paste it like that. And I can also get the theme, just so we can check some things afterwards. Paste it like that. And then I set the subject for the email. I set the from email, which is connected to the theme, and then the email field on the theme. And 2 is set to the client, which is connected to the invoice, and then the email field for that client. And the text content for this email will just be you have an unpaid invoice and then the invoice number. And the same with the HTML content, it will be very similar. You could use a template here if you wanted, and you just do something like this. We get a template and render it and send the HTML instead of this. But for now this will do. And then we create a new message and use the function we imported at the top. Pass in the subject, the text content, and the from email and who it's going to. And then to pass in the HTML, we say msg.attach alternative and the HTML content, which is this one, and set it to text/HTML. Then we create the template and use the function getTemplate, just like we did up here when we generate the PDF. And then we get the HTML by using the render function, pass in the invoice and the theme from up here. And then we generate the PDF by using PDFKit from string, pass in the HTML and use no options. And then we check if the PDF is generated by saying if PDF. Then we set the name to invoice underscore and then just show the invoice number.pdf. And then we attach the PDF, set the name and set the content to application/PDF. And after that we just say msg.send. So then we send the message and return just an empty response. And save. And then we need to import this to the URLs so we can access it from the front end. Paste it in at the end there. Copy all of this. Replace generate PDF with send reminder view and set the name to that. Great. So now we need to create a button on the invoice.vue page so we can click that to send a reminder. So if we go back and find invoice.vue, can begin with the function. If I scroll to the bottom here, at the end of methods, I say send reminder, Axios. We use the get and go to this address, which is just set up here, /send reminder. And when that's done, we get a response like usually, show a toast, the reminder was set, and then we just show the error in the console if there are any. So we can save, and we can scroll up inside the other buttons here. At the bottom here, we can say button at click, send reminder, the function we just created, plus button is info, so it's blue, v if not invoice.is paid, so we only show this if the invoice hasn't been paid yet. Send reminder, close the button and save. So now we can go back here, find an invoice which isn't paid, click send reminder. Now we get the reminder was sent, and if I go back here now, make this a little bit bigger. This is the PDF, and you can see here multi-part, similar, from, the subject, who it's going to, and then a little bit of the content, like that. And you have an attachment, invoice1.pdf, and this is the one we should be able to download if it was sent to an actual email. Perfect. So then the reminders is also done. So we can save that. And then the last task for this part is to create a very simple dashboard. On the dashboard I want to show the unpaid invoices and the newest clients. So if I find dashboard.vue, now we just have a very boring dashboard which has the title dashboard. The first column I want to add is the unpaid invoices. So we have the new column is 6, add box inside, so we get a little shadow around it with a simple subtitle unpaid invoices. And then we have a very simple table as we had inside the client, where we just loop through unpaid invoices, show the number, client name, gross amount, the date, and the possibility to go to the detail page. And this takes up half of the screen, and on the other side I want to show the clients. So here I have another column in 6, div class box, and subtitle newest clients. Here we just loop through the clients, set the key to client.id. Then we have a simple box inside there again with the client name and the possibility to see the detail page of a client. But if I save now and go here, you won't see much because we haven't got the data from the database yet, or the backend. So here I need to import Axios, import Axios from Axios, and then I can create a new data array, return, invoices, which should be a list, and also clients, which is also a list. And when this page is mounted, I want to call this.getInvoices and this.getClients. Then we can create those two methods, getInvoices and getClients. So now things shouldn't crash at least, but we still don't see anything here, but that's okay. And I can go back to client.vue because I want to copy the unpaid invoices function from there. Just paste it at the end, but instead of saying this.client.invoices, we just said this.invoices. Great. Next we need to call Axios to get the invoices from the backend. So Axios get, and then the list of invoices, and we have this response. I think we can just say this.invoices equals response.data, save. So then we have the unpaid invoices here, perfect. And if I go back here, we need to do the same with the clients. So this says the API/v1 clients, and then we loop through the data we get. And if the clients list here in Vue is less or equal to 5, we push it, because we only want to show 5 of the newest clients. So if I go back here now, you'll see the list of the newest clients here. Perfect. The problem here now is that I think we also get the credit notes, and those shouldn't be here as unpaid. So I can actually loop through these here by saying for let I equals 0, I is less than response.data.length, I plus if response.data, so we check if the field is credit for. Great, so we change this to loop through this and check if the is credited for is filled out, and if it's not, by using this, we push this data to the list of invoices. So when we go back here now, we only have these two, which is the unpaid invoices. Perfect. And I also think this needs to be fixed on the invoice page here, because if I go here now, go to this one, which is a credit note, you see this button, and this should not be there on a credit note. So here I say, and then not invoice.is credit for. So now we don't see it there, but if I go back here, you see this. Perfect. So that was it. So now we can set this task as well to done. Now we have a very simple dashboard. Perfect. We have now built a simple MVP for this project, and we are ready to deploy it, which I will do in the next part. Today we are going to deploy this project to a live server. I will use Ubuntu 20.04. I have the server to the left here, and the local environment to the right. So the first thing we need to do is to update every software, and to do that just sudo apt-get update, and this is just to make sure that we have all of the newest things on the server. And when that's done, we need to upgrade it by saying sudo apt-get upgrade. Yes, I want to continue. Great, and when that's done, we need to install a few things. So we're going to install Python 3 pip, Python 3 dev, libpq dev, PostgreSQL, PostgreSQL contrib, and nginx. These are software we need for this tutorial. So I already have all of this installed, but you still need to run this command to install it on your server. And then I also want to install certbot and Python 3 certbot nginx, so we can get SSL certificates for the server or the website. Great. And when that's done, I want to change the user to the PostgreSQL, so we can create a database. Sudo postgres, like that. Perfect. And then we can create the database by saying create database invoicely. And then I want to create a user and set a password for the user. And then I need to alter the role for the user, because you need to set the client coding to UTF-8. This is some configuration for Django. And the same with this command is also for a configuration for Django. And also set the time zone to UTC. And when that's done, we need to grant all the privileges on this database to this user. And when that's done, we can just quit by saying \q. And now we have a PostgreSQL database. Next, I want to upgrade or install pip by saying sudo-h pip3 install upgrade pip. So we know that we have the newest version of that as well. And then we need to install virtual environment by saying sudo-h pip3 install virtual env. This is the same as we have locally. Then I want to create a folder for the Invoicely root where it's going to be placed on the server. mkdir-p /webapps Invoicely. Oops. Then I can go into it like that. Next I need to create a group for the user, for the system, by saying sudo group add --system web apps. Okay, I already have this group, but you need to create it. Next I want to create a user by saying user add -system group ID is web apps, and I want to set the shell to bin/bash, and the home for the user is the folder we just created, and then the name of the user, which is also Invoicely user. Hit enter. And since I'm here, I can create the virtual environment by saying virtual env, and then the name, which is environment 382. Hit enter. And then we can activate it by saying source environment bin activate. As you can see here, it's now activated. Perfect. And then we need to install the same packages here as we have locally. And to get those packages, we have the environment activated here as well. Now we say pip freeze. Now we get the list of packages. Then I just need to copy this list, create a new file here called vi.req.txt, and paste the content. And then to install this, we say pip install -r req.txt. And now we will get the same packages here as we have locally. Great. So now I just want to install one more package. Pip install psychopg to binary. This is to support PostgreSQL. Great. So now the next step is to get the code from GitHub. So github.com/Stein, which is my name where I have all of this code. Then I find the repository, Invoicely Django. Then I just copy this, go back to the command line as a git clone, hit enter, and now I have it here. And then I need to do a few changes in this folder. So I go into Invoicely Django and Invoicely, and I can copy settings to settings prod.py. So we have a separate settings file for production. vi settings prod. And here I want to add invoicely.code with stein.com and API invoicely.code with stein.com. Great. And also down in this list I need to add the Invoicely, API, HTTP, like that. This will be for the Vue frontend. Should actually be HTTPS. And then I need to reconfigure the database. So instead of using this engine, I can actually just remove all of these lines. Great. So now I set the engine to PostgreSQL, add the user, this is the database name, and then the user, the password, and localhost where PostgreSQL is. And then I can just save and quit. And I also want to go up one more folder, make a copy of the manage.py to manage.py, or manage.prod.py. I can change that as well, because here I want to use the settings prod file. I need to do that because then I can say Python manage prod make migrations to initialize the database. And there are no changes, but still like to run that and then migrate. Great, so now the database should be finished. So then the next step is to install gUnicorn, which will be the web server we're going to use, or the web server for Django at least. And to install that, we just say pip install gUnicorn and hit enter. And then I need to make a script for running the gUnicorn server. So I go up one folder, and inside the VI environment bin, I want to create a new file called gunicorn start, and I paste some code. So first we set the name, and then the path to the root folder or the Django folder. This will be created automatically. And then we set the user, which is not this, of course. This is from a different tutorial. Invoicely user. The group is web apps, and this is the file we created. And then we set the timeout to 120. So what happens here is that you go into the Django directory. Yes, and then you go up one folder and find the bin/activate and run the environment. And then you export this module and similar, and then you just execute everything. So just save and quit, but before I do that, you see that I have added the Invoicely folder inside the environment, and I want to do that as well. So just save and quit, and then I move the Invoicely folder into environment and call it Invoicely, like that. Conf.d, and here I need to create a new file called vi invoicely.conf. First I create a program and I set a path to the gunicorn start script, and then I say which user to use and where to log this. So I need to create this log file as well. I will add all of these files to the Git repository if you just want to copy them. MK there. So we create the logs folder, and then we can also touch the log file like that. So everything should be ready there. And then before I create the Nginx, I would just want to obtain the SSL certificate by saying certbot. So sudo certbot-d invoicely.codewithstein.com. Then I got that, and then the same bit API invoicely.codewithstein.com. So we have both of the certificates, and we have already installed Nginx in the beginning, so I just need to go to /etc Nginx sites available, and then I create a new file here for the Django. So touch invoicely.codewithstein.com. I need to edit it. So first I create the upstream and set it to Invoicely app server, and then I point to the gunicorn sock file which the script we created will create automatically for us. And then I want to set up a listener for port 80 so we can redirect you to HTTPS. And then I set up a 443 for HTTPS and the server name. This should be API invoicely.codewithstein.com. And then I set up the access log and error log, and I also set in the certificate and the key and some protocols. And then I need to set up location for the static files and also the media files, because Nginx is going to host these files and not gunicorn. And then I just set up a location and set the proxy header to point to the Invoicely app server we created up in the beginning here, which points to the gunicorn server. So now we can save and close this, and I need to rename this to API invoicely.codewithstein.com. Great. So now I can go up one folder and go to CD sites enabled, and then we can activate it by saying ln-s, which is a symbolic link, /sites available API invoicely.codewithstein.com. And then we can restart Nginx service, Nginx restart. Okay, no errors, so hopefully it is working. You can find out by going to the site. Okay, I got a bad gateway. It's probably has to do something with the permissions. So chmod -R Invoicely user web apps should own all of the things in here. Sorry, ch own, because we need to change the owner like that. Now we need to start the supervisor by saying supervisor ctl update. Can't reread. Okay, sorry, I used the wrong name there. cd etc supervisor conf vi invoicely. This was supposed to be invoicely user. Sorry, like that. I can try to update again. Okay, add it to the group and then read. Okay, so everything there should be okay now. Status. It is running, so we can try to update here again. So now we have it running. Perfect. Great, so now we have the Django running. The next step is to make sure that the Vue is running. So I want to do something locally for that. So first I go up one folder and into Invoicely Vue. And then I need to build the production files for this by saying npm run build. They should create a new folder called dist, which is a folder I want to send to the server. Great, everything there is okay. And I got a new folder here called dist. And then I want to send this to this server. scp-r dist and then root at invoicely.code with stein.com. And I want to call it dist Invoicely. Yes, great. So now it should be placed here on the server somewhere. I can deactivate the environment because I don't need it anymore. cd web apps Invoicely. Then I say cp-r root dist Invoicely. There. So now we have the folder here. And then I need to go to Nginx to set up the server for this. cd Nginx sites available. And then vi invoicely.code with stein.com. First set up the port 80 so we can redirect you to the HTTPS. And then we also need to listen to 443, set up the server name, the log files, the SSL certificates, and where the root is, which is web apps Invoicely / dist Invoicely. We want to use the index file and then the location again. So if you now save, go back to sites enabled and create a new symbolic link, /sites available Invoicely, and then the name here as well. Now we can restart Nginx again. No errors, perfect. Here I will probably get an error. Okay, I need to do one change in here. vi src main.js because we need to change this. This should be https api invoicely.code with stein.com. Then I can build this again. And then I can send it to the server again. And I can go back to web apps Invoicely. And then cp, just copy it again. So now we should have it updated here. You can restart Nginx. And then try to go to https:// invoicely.code with stein.com. Oops. Invoicely, of course. And then we have it running here. Perfect. Let me try to sign up. Code with Stein and then a password. Didn't seem to work. No, it still tries to use the wrong address. Okay, I'm not sure what happened here, but if I just go into cd dist Invoicely, just to remove the CSS, the favicon, index, and also the JS folder. And then inside the dist folder here, cp-r dist, like that. So now I have the files there. So if I now restart Nginx, refresh, try again here now. Okay, now I got a new error. Okay, sorry, it's because inside here I need to add the HTTPS, this address as well, because this is the address we are actually on. So save and quit, and then I need to restart the supervisor by saying supervisor ctl restart in Voicely. So that stopped, started again, try to sign up again, and now it's sent here, so I can try to log in. And yes, so now everything seems to be working. Perfect. And that was it for this video series. I hope that this deploy wasn't too hard to follow along. I'm sorry if it was too much back and forth. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment below and answer as soon as I can.